Listo, estamos en vivo ahora sí. Muy buenos días a todos. Discúlpenme, estoy haciendo la nueva configuración para todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy para poder tener todo literalmente listo y estoy asegurándome que todo esté funcionando perfectamente bien. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, que hayan disfrutado absolutamente cada segundo. Gran Premio de México estuvo buenísimo, carrerón, triste, malas cosas que le pasaron a Checo de izquierda a derecha, no hay duda alguna, pero nos dejó una muy buena carrera, honestamente muy contento por Carlos Sainz, se lo merece absolutamente todo. Vamos a ver ¿cómo se llama? Vamos a ver cómo le va el próximo año en Williams. No lo puedo creer que Carlos Sainz esté en un Williams, es una verdadera locura. Déjenme, me aseguro que esto esté transmitiendo de este lado y si no está transmitiendo de este lado, rápidamente. Eh, Vamos a empezar rapidísimo. Vamos a platicar de todas las cosas que estamos viendo en todos lados. Y lo que hemos estado viendo básicamente es al petróleo cayendo como loco. Y mucha gente no sabe por qué. Mucha gente no sabe por qué, se está preguntando qué es lo que está pasando. El petróleo en estos momentos se estaba cotizando bajo de los $70 con fuerza. Había bajado 4% rápidamente. Vamos a los precios del mismo. Sí, está en $67 con 55. ¡Qué locura! ¿Y esto por qué? Todo el mundo está pensando que esto tiene que ver con las elecciones, también hay mucha gente que está diciendo que esto tiene que ver con la guerra, en realidad, o también hay mucha gente que está diciendo, bueno, esto es porque viene mala actividad económica a futuro, pero todo lo demás está apuntando completamente a otro lado, que es lo que a mí personalmente me vuela la cabeza. Entonces tengo que entender exactamente por qué está pasando esto. En mi opinión, cuando el petróleo está débil es por la baja actividad económica. Yo creo que no tenemos una baja actividad económica al punto donde el petróleo está, sobre todo cuando estamos amenazando a Irán de que les vamos a destruir todas sus reservas de petróleo, etcétera. No veo por qué el petróleo esté en la posición en la que está. Recuerden, hemos estado viendo un mercado bastante mixto con diferentes cosas de izquierda a derecha, básicamente. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque estamos viendo que tenemos un dólar fuerte. Estamos viendo que tenemos a un VIX que está, pero listo para explotar a la alza. Pero al mismo tiempo estamos viendo rendimiento de los bonos sigue arriba. De nuevo, está probablemente creando un nuevo alto más bajo, definitivamente por acá. Pero hasta que no nos confirme el movimiento, no tenemos idea. El peso está en 20 por cada dólar y la bolsa está subiendo. Hay muchas cosas que se están contradiciendo. ¿Cómo es que la bolsa está subiendo? ¿Cómo es que el dólar está subiendo? ¿Cómo es que los bonos están arriba, pero el petróleo está abajo? Ese es el que nos está contando la mentira del planeta, damas y caballeros. Y vamos a investigar el por qué y cómo perfectamente, por qué está pasando esto. Es bastante interesante en mi opinión. Un segundo, estoy asegurándome que esto esté funcionando bien para todos ustedes, tíos. Ah, qué tonto soy, vale. Eh, mm. Bueno, sin más ni más en lo que ahorita traigo todo esto para arreglar el problema, voy a traer a Farhan y Alex, los voy a invitar de una vez para que nos pongamos buzos, caperuzos rápidamente. Y empecemos con esto que hemos tenido buenos pompazos, hemos tenido buenas señales que hemos estado mandando a todos ustedes para que hagan buenos trades. Y espero que todos sigan imprimiendo una buena cantidad de dinero este fin de semana. Vamos muy bien de todo lo que hablamos el viernes, a lo que se habló el fin de semana en Discord, a donde estamos parados el día de hoy. Aparentemente estoy buscando el trade más lento de la historia, por lo que me metí en Ethereum. Vi que todo el mundo estaba ya de, es que Ethereum va a valer madres, la chingada, y lo agarré a buen precio. Está empujando hasta ahorita. Vamos a ver cómo continúa y cómo se da esto. Pero tiene buena pinta, ¿eh? Tiene buena pinta hasta ahorita. Arreglo mis... perfecto, speaker. Ahí estamos, con el micrófono perfectamente bien hecho. Vale, pues. Sí, ha estado bastante interesante los movimientos del mercado, damas y caballeros. Ahorita le vamos a dar un segundo y recuerden que esto me está volando la cabeza, se me está olvidando un paso, estoy seguro. Estoy viejo y tengo que hacer notas. Eso es la realidad de mi vida en estos días. Veamos si ya están entrando estos tíos. Pero bueno, si no mínimo, voy a compartir mi pantalla para poder poner al peso mexicano. Trae fuerza el tío, ¿eh? Trae fuerza. Y por cierto, para todos los que se preguntan, tenemos el curso ya en inglés y el curso en español viene, no voy a decir hoy, tal vez mañana o el miércoles lo presentamos para ustedes, pero pues está listo, listo para todos ustedes, para que los que no sepan tradear puedan usar esto y enseguida sepan lo que están haciendo. Bastante interesante, ¿no? Como todo está hasta arriba. Esto es lo que les digo, que no tiene sentido alguno. El dólar. ¿Por qué está tan fuerte? ¿Por qué lleva tanta fuerza? Y claramente aquí está intentando hacer tope en los 104.75. Pero vean, los bonos, les digo, este fue el tope, que es literalmente el mismo que antes. Perdón, esto sería un H, no esta. ¿Será? O sea, literalmente es el mismo lugar. ¿Será que aquí ya nos va a rechazar y vamos para abajo? Vamos a seguir jugando esta. Vamos a ver qué exactamente es lo que va a pasar. Ya quiero que lleguen Alex y Farhan para que podamos empezar a hacer esto. Y también vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, yo creo, para poder darle a todo el tiempo, todo el mundo tiempo en lo que estoy arreglando todo esto. Vamos a ver cuántos tardan los rockstars en llegar. Insertar. ¿Qué estamos insertando? Reproductor. El código. Ya vi qué es lo que está pasando. Ya vi qué es lo que está pasando. Vaya, buena la tos de perro que traigo. All right, Alex, just waiting on Farhan, and then we'll probably just get started on Bitcoin since you boys are basically, we want to start there. I'm having a little trouble with the website. Just give me a second. Fucking, beautiful things, beautiful things. De todos ustedes, oigan, ¿cómo han estado? ¿No? Ahorita nos vamos a aventar un buen y me preguntó el día de hoy. Traigo varios temillas que quiero contarles a todos ustedes. Y también, puta, es que la chamba ha estado buena, pero estoy emocionado. Y hoy que hay fútbol americano también, tuvimos buena carrera, ahora nos vamos a Brasil. Está poniendo, la vida está bonita. La vida está bonita, es todo lo que vamos a decir. Ayer le hicimos una ofrenda a nuestros perritos. No sé cuántos de ustedes hayan visto eso en mi Instagram. Interesante, mi mujer lo estaba viendo, llegué a la casa, estaba llorando y me dice, vi que el Día de los Muertos en México hacen esto para los animalitos todos y no pudimos pasar la oportunidad, así que lo hicimos. Alrighty, holy shit, we did it. All right.
Good morning, fellas.
I understand what's going on. I just couldn't do the upload to the actual academy. So while we're doing this, I'm trying to figure out how to solve this problem because I realize what the problem is now. But either way, that's nor here nor there. How are you boys?
Doing good.
Pretty well.
Let us look at Bitcoin because I think the weekend was really, really, really nice. So what do you guys think? Should we start there?
Definitely. I feel about to be a huge week for crypto, potentially.
Yeah, I agree.
I can see it in your degenerate eyes, boys.
Oh,
I can see it.
Bricked up for this week, honestly. You know, it's nice to kind of start seeing all the setups start to fire off and potentially, you know, and when these do fire off, I suspect Bitcoin's going to be in go mode.
Yeah, it could be one of those all-time high weeks.
Oh, please, dear God, please. All righty, I'll let you guys talk, do your analysis, and I'll try to fix this right now.
Cool. Nice. So, you know, let's backtrack a little bit. So, you know, we had a nice dump on Bitcoin going into like the last week, Sunday. You know, nice pump, 69,500. We topped out, and then we ended up dumping, you know, pretty nicely, a few $1,000s. And I kind of got everyone shaken out, in my opinion. You know, and if we're going to view tether dominance right now, because I think it's telling a story. So, like, if we're viewing anything like a weekly or down, you know, there's been lots of chop. We essentially last week did reclaim the mean diagonal, but remember, it's a mean diagonal. So that's why, we don't put all our weight on these things, but we simply did not reclaim any moving average that was important. When Farhan was analyzing tether dominance, last stream, he mentioned the weekly was at actually huge resistance at that SMA 200, a big area for tether dominance that we ended up closing below. And so that's like a little tick for bears right now, is the fact that, we basically retested this and rejected it. So as it stands now, tether dominance is still looking quite corrective, and it's still hanging on to basically the edge right now. Yeah, and I think it's more evident on the 2 week that all this really was just kind of like a big retest, and I think last week majorly, it was very dirty, and we basically shook out a lot of traders, long and short. And usually Bitcoin does that right before a major move. And so what we have now is we're basically closing this 2 week in 6 days, and it's basically hanging on to a cliff right now before falling very, very hard. We see volatility is going down, and it's giving us a setup once this gets above 15%, telling me that, this big move down to 4.69% really can't happen, and it can happen quite fast. Especially if we start going and closing even dailies back under 5.2%. I think that overall tether dominance looks quite corrective, and the reason I mentioned tether dominance first is just the fact that, I think it's telling a story here, and it's looking like this breakdown on the 2 week is still going to hold, unconfirmed, obviously, because we just are getting this next 2 week in 6 days. But so far as it stands, we're getting, all the stars are aligning with volatility, kind of basing at the lows here, while we're breaking down this the mean diagonal channel that we basically been holding since the beginning of March, after we made this higher low here. So we essentially, are breaking down. We'd want to see this week actually move and go to the downside. That will give US Bitcoin essentially the bid it needs to actually go and retest that $73,000 level. We can see, viewing the 2 week here, that this 2 week ends up closing back below, especially that 5.2%. We've essentially, confirmed the bearish retest, and I would expect the next 2 week open to open up quite bearish, actually. The daily here is just at the edge with the SMA 200, while volatility is fully reset, just again giving me exactly what I'd want to see right before a breakdown. We want to see the rejection of that EMA 100, a deviation of that 5.33% that was reclaimed. And then lastly, it'd be simply closing back below this SMA 200 on tether dominance, which happens to correspond right at 5.2%. Lines up nicely with my 2 week analysis and weekly analysis that this probably will be the trigger I need to confirm a major move on crypto, is a daily back under this SMA 200. It's very simple too. Major support was a major breakout point after reclaiming. We then held it here. We wouldn't want to see this low break. And now tether dominance is lining up easily for us with this mean line, giving it an easy trade with volatility fully reset. So we know that if this starts losing this SMA 200, there's really nothing but air here until 4.7%. And then there, it'll be kind of like, that's bulls. Bulls are basically, we've got the breakdown confirmed. Bears are in full control, and bulls better pray that we get some kind of bounce at 4.6%. And then now going to Bitcoin, right? And viewing this, it's looking quite good. During that week on that shakeout, I was still very bullish. We all were on this live stream, and that's the beauty of the experience side behind things. Is these shakeouts get dirty, and it's us as traders to kind of decipher if it's bullish or bearish consolidation. And the thing that was helping me have a nice bias that it was still up was just the fact that the weekly still held the 9. We were still holding that 65,600 level, a major area that Bitcoin constantly deviates from each and every time it gets reclaimed. Getting a bounce from that point, which the little data we have, was at least a tick for me, especially after the 2 week. And again, viewing the 2 week on tether dominance kind of shows a different story. Viewing it on a weekly versus 2 week kind of erases the chop. And viewing a 2 week on Bitcoin's looking insane. We see here we front ran that EMA 9. That was an area where if we really started to break down, I was going to watch for a nice quick spring from here. But it was nice to see the meme line held, and we essentially flipped that into support. And now we're very close to actually getting back above the 2021 market cycle high, right at that 69K level. A beautiful number. And so currently, as it stands, Bitcoin perfectly looks like it put in a bullish retest. Again, unconfirmed until 6 days when we do get this 2-week closure. But if this 2-week ends up closing anywhere above 69K, I do think, in my opinion, this will gear up for the next 2 weeks to actually open on a massive move up back to the $73,000 level. There, I think we'll stop, slightly back test again, that 70,000, maybe $71,000 level. But overall, I think that'll just be the next higher low leading to that 80K move up, especially when we have here on spot a 2-week giving us a clean setup here on volatility. This is basically now at 3, 4, 5 session lows of zero volatility. Now starting to expand unconfirmed until it's above 15%. But once this does start expanding, we'll basically have the same move that happened here in October, or as Alejandro calls it, the Hamas setup. And so
That's what the technical term for it is. We think I'm making these things up.
No, exactly. Right. No, exactly. So we are getting that now. And so, obviously if this doesn't expand, this would put this 2-week at the lowest point of volatility in Bitcoin's history, because we're basically matching the same amount right now, right before it started to fire off. So we're at a very important spot. The 2 weeks looking great. And, the lower we go on Bitcoin, it continues to look good. As long as that 65,600 level held, and now, we basically are held the 9 where it's moved up with price and meme line support, which is beautiful. Bitcoin likes to work in these ranges, and it's been in a massive range. But now it looks like it's on the edge of a full-on breakout, especially when the weekly is actually expanding. And even on that little downside, we actually kind of like back tested it based off 15%, which obviously doesn't have to happen, but just goes more into the tune that, Bitcoin continues to look very bullish, especially while it's getting this volatility setup expanding. It's telling me that, pullbacks are probably going to be very, very tiny, especially when we got the reaction we got on crypto Twitter when we rejected that 69.5 and came all the way down. A mere 6% move kind of got everyone max bearish again, which tells me that, this market's very over leveraged, and a lot of people probably are sidelined waiting for that $63,400 level, which is always fuel for a nice move up, because then you'll just get people shorting and longing emotionally, which just ends up being liquidity for all of us to move up higher. And so some things to note before I get off. The 2-day consistently is looking good. This is closing today, so we'll want to see where this closes. We start closing back above 69,000. To me, this will be another long setup to go to 73,000. 73,000 to 73,800. Basically testing that all-time high. It would be a massive area for Bitcoin, and I don't think it'll stop there. Because simply, if we just view this here, this 50% here is right at 50. The 50% is right at the all-time high. Breaking that gives us basically a move to that 80%, right at $80,000, which is kind of nice to see that, because I know on Farn, when he shares his Bitcoin analysis, there's a lot of things pointing to that $80,000 level being a major point of congestion for Bitcoin, which, keep in mind, is still very far away from price. I mean, from this point, $80,000, 81 to 82 is still 19 to 18%. A move that definitely could change lives if caught correctly. The 5-day as well, it's looking very nice. These candles basically led to nothing as long as support held, because we just knew every time that 5-day closed below 65.6, it was always a precursor to a major move down. And so now we basically held it. We're moving up while we have a 12-hour setup possibly about to fire off today. By the end of tonight, maybe, assuming we can reclaim that 69K on a 12-hour setup. I've been watching this now for quite a while, for a few days at least. And now we're starting to trek up. This morning when I checked before the last 12-hour, we were basically at 0%. So it's really nice to see it now move up to 9%. If we get another push up back above 15%, while we're above the 12-hour EMA 9, even the 12-hour 5, EMA 5, that to me gives us the bullish bias that this is going to break out. This 69,000 resistance probably not going to push us down too much. And very much like what we saw right before the October dump was, you'd get very bad candles on the lower time frames. You'd get evening stars, shooting stars. You'd get, ugly candles, but it would just never really lose anything. And people front running and shorting these that, obviously get used to this range shorting down, kind of got smoked. So that's just like a point to note that I've mentally noted, because I would short into these things back when we were into early 2024 in January. And that's something I noted where, you know, it was kind of like very predatory to shorts. So as it stands to me, any consolidation grinding up against the 69,000 to me is just looking geared up for a trap on shorts and a potential breakout, especially as long as that EMA 5 on the 12-hour is still holding. So that is just something to note. If we end up losing that 12-hour 5 on basically Bitcoin, that probably will lead into maybe a little bigger dump. But as it stands, especially with the weekly firing off, I'm not expecting a major move down. I think we're going to leave people sidelined, and I especially think we're probably going to see a nice move in November. That's kind of what I'm getting, and this week could be the start of it potentially. And especially when we get Dixie here at a major point, if we go and view this on the daily, especially, you know, we're basically now in a new range on Dixie. Any move, which way this will go, will basically, in my opinion, give risk on the bid it needs, especially if it starts breaking down. For me, it'll be confirmed. If Dixie can get any daily closure back under 103.74, then to me, I do think that we can get an easy move back down to that 103.30, 103.20. There, I think that risk that'll give risk on a nice bid at least. Maybe something we're seeing now across the board with stocks and Bitcoin. But as long as Bitcoin is still looking good, the dailies potentially now reset the volatility here back to 0%. The 12 hours about to fire off, which tells me that possibly could bleed easily into the daily. You know, while we know Bitcoin's weekly trend is still at a, you know, it's still an uptrend. So we had to view this essentially as a potential higher low here. It did hold. So now this isn't looking like a deviating posture. This literally held the back test. And to me, when we're getting this price action as clean as it is, and we haven't broken down yet, you know, I really do have to ask myself if we're just gearing up for a major breakout on Bitcoin. You know, lastly, CME is looking insane. This channel we've talked about on Bitcoin, you know, it's been basically formed since we broke out here in February 2024, all year essentially. So now we basically broke above it. We back tested, you know, last week. It held right at that 65.7. Remember, there's a premium on Bitcoin CME, so 65.5, 65.3 was Bitcoin bottom on spot, but CME has a little slight premium, so the bottom here was at 65.210 on the low, and on the high it was at 69,635. So always a slight premium against, you know, the spot price. But still looking beautiful. The weekly open on a back test of this channel, we're now getting that expansion, especially with the weekly now at 19%, well above the 15%. To me, on this back test, after now that it's done, has told me that this channel support, and again, it just ties into, it really looks like we're about to test the all-time high. You know, and so that is something I want to mention. We got lots of areas of confluence of why that last week's dump was dirty. It wasn't fun to go through. It definitely even chopped some of my trades out. But as it stood, when I kind of backed out, zoomed out and saw the bigger picture on Tether dominance, Bitcoin USD, and now Bitcoin CME, it again just all corresponded with it looking more like a bullish retest. And now it's welcoming to see that this 2 weeks developing into an insane hammerhead, closing in 4 days. This closes on Friday. And so as it stands now, you know, that's why me and Farn at least and Alejandro are all on the camp here that this week could be pretty massive for Bitcoin, as long as, right, we don't deviate and start really chopping and going back under, in my opinion, last Tuesday's low. Last Tuesday's low that we basically got should act as essentially the low. And I wouldn't want to see Bitcoin basically break that last Tuesday low right at, you know, I'll view it on spot actually to be more accurate. You know, essentially it was right at 65,128. I don't want Bitcoin to basically go back around here. If it ends up doing that, then we have to ask the question if we're going to go back and test that daily SMA 200, which then I do think we'll obviously get that bigger dump to 63.3. But as it stands for me now, there's nothing telling me that Bitcoin has to go and test this area. And it seems like a lot of people wanted this area to get tested because that's kind of the recipe that Bitcoin was giving us. You know, we'd break out, we'd go and consolidate, we'd dump, we'd go and test it, we'd fail the back test. Same here, consolidate, dump into it, fail to hold it, and then here, you know, and this was the Discord we talked about. How funny would it be if that just didn't happen and we held this slight, you know, little dump here, got everyone bearish, and then we just zoomed out of it and went to 73,000. So, you know, it's looking good. Bitcoin dominance is at resistance now, so that is something I'm mentally noting. But you know, when we're getting a massive candle like this, you know, and up and steady uptrend, very easy uptrend too. Like This is like the most obvious uptrend if you wanted to study what a trending uptrend market looks like. It's just higher highs and higher lows consistently. And that is essentially what we got on that dump here, was just another higher low right around, when Bitcoin started essentially dumping. And now we're looking like, again, we possibly put in another one here. For me, 5.975 will be breaking it back above there, and even holding that 5.970 area could give us a nice move back to 62%, which would be interesting, because then that could tell me maybe ETH BTC ends up not holding, and then that would lead to a bigger dump on ETH BTC. But I'm still in the camp that we're going to see ETH BTC kind of move. Maybe Bitcoin starts consolidating after it goes to 73,000. And then maybe we form another higher low or lower high. Sorry, I'm so used to Bitcoin dominance. No, we form another lower high, because this isn't a steady downtrend, by rejecting that 5-day EMA 100. I'm still in the camp. Each time we've tested that, it's just been a rejection point, which could end up grinding lower and lining up with my kind of thesis on ETH. Which could end up, giving us a nice move on alts if we view alts later. Some alts are actually looking nice. So that's all I have really on Bitcoin. It's looking quite constructive. Bullish retested looks in my books. And this week could gear up to either, just consolidation right at 69K, gets shorts to stack in, or we just break it and we end up just doing a Bitcoin move and slicing through it like butter.
Do you think this setup could be explosive?
Quite. Very busy setup.
Hamas explosive, huh? All righty. Get at it, Farhan. And let me just tell everybody, because now the website's working fine. We have people commenting, and so I just want to say that in español. Para toda la gente de Elite Trading Academy, gracias por su paciencia, perros. Discúlpenme, estoy viejo y tengo que hacer un nuevo cero para todos estos nuevos en vivos. Tengo 17,000 diferentes lugares de distribución, y este es agregar otro, pero este es mucho más manual. Así que discúlpenme, pero ahí estamos. Ya vi que tenemos en los comentarios a Luis Rivas, a Brian, a Eduardo, al buen Bruno, ahí pidiendo, y ahorita les vamos a dar. Después de esto nos vamos con Rivian, como de que no. Y recuerden, si nos acabamos a la gente que está pidiendo en el E-Trading Academy, en nuestro sitio web, la gente se cansa, no quiere pedir más, vamos a ir. Es como si diéramos prioridad a esa línea y después a la que tenemos acá, solamente para que sepan. Así que gracias por su apoyo, y estamos emocionados de anunciarlo, el regalillo que les tenemos pronto, pero queremos hacerlo bien. Fue fin de semana y no nos ha dado tiempo de cambiar todo lo que tenemos que cambiar y corregir ciertos problemillas, pero gracias por su paciencia. Alrighty, sorry.
No worries. Are the comments from the website coming through on the comments tab, the live comments?
No, you can't. You have to go on the website and literally click on the live classes, see the live, and then click on chat.
I see.
Very cool.
But we got Luis in there. We got Brian. We got Edu. We got Bruno. Thank God.
Oh, he wakes up early.
Well, he lives in Argentina, so
I see.
He's living way earlier than us, if you will.
Makes sense.
All right. So we're gonna start. I'm gonna start on the weekly. I'll do spot first, and then switch to CME. So currently, spot on the weekly is basically very close to 2021 closing highs, and it's still expanding. It's not really finding much resistance at this point. And once actually move my line. Once it closes over this meme line that I had drawn for like the past, I want to say this has been for a couple of months. I've had this meme line. I feel like once this is closed over, it's going to expand very quickly towards this, at the very minimum, the top 38.2%. But with how our volatility is looking, it's extremely low. We're at lower than 20% on the volatility indicator right now. I feel like we're gonna slice right through, like Alex was saying, like butter, through the 38.2% and probably hit somewhere around the 50%. And that lines up with the same number that Alex gave out, somewhere around $80,000. And if you look at our HPDR momentum, that's also starting to reset. So now it's currently at just below 20% as well. So it can easily come down towards this moving average, which is at 9.97%. And then from there, momentum can start to expand towards the actual move towards the upside at around where it likes to top out in the 90s, I believe. Yeah, so no, actually somewhere in the 70s likes to top out. Interesting. It's on the weekly. And that would be with the volatility set up somewhere around 50%. If the momentum did go to the 90s, I would say the 61.8. But since I can't really see it on the 90s, I only see it really topping out of the 70% areas. I would say the easier number to say would be the $80,000 roughly. Let's switch to CME. CME is looking significantly better than spot right now, where CME's weekly is still expanding. We have 4 days and 7 hours before it closes, but now we're currently above this 38.2%, which is at 69,000. Very nice, $393. If we get a close over the 38.2%, the last time we ever got a close on the weekly over the 38.2% was right here back in February of 2024, when price closed at just about 51,000, just under $52,000. And from there, it went to new all-time highs in 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. It went to new all-time highs, basically a month. A percentage move of 43% in the next month. And we're getting that same exact setup right now, where price is currently over the 38.2%. And from there, let's see where our momentum and volatility indicators are at. Yep, we're at the same exact area on momentum and the same exact area on volatility as well. A little bit lower on volatility, actually. So we could potentially get an even more a stronger signal than we got from there when we moved up by 40% roughly. Let's do if we were to do the same amount from there, do 40% from here and see where that puts us. Yeah, that's just under $100,000 at like 97,000, 97-ish. And it would make a lot of sense to go somewhere into the 90s and not quite make it to 100,000 to get everybody like horny for 100K, and everybody starts longing the top, and then it just slams it down from the 90s all the way back down to the 70s.
God,
Shakes
such a cocksucker.
Yeah, shakes everybody out before it actually makes the move above 100.
There's no free lunch, boys. She's 30.
Sadly.
Yeah. Now the jewel on CME weekly has broken into the bullish control zone and it's crossed over the pink. So basically, what the one that matters more is the crossover is the pink, because the pink is the short-term one. But once it crosses over the yellow, then it'll very likely make its way towards the bullish critical zone and stay there for a good amount of time, because the last 2 times they rejected the bullish critical zone. So this third time it should stay there for a decent amount of time. This is a weekly chart, so probably like 2 or 3 months it should stay up there. And that's going to take another 2 or 3 weeks to play out before it hits there. And then we want to see this pink cross over the yellow. And then that backs up the idea that we can hit those higher HPDR ranges. See how the monthly looks on CME now. The monthly looks on CME even better than the weekly on CME. We're about to reclaim strongly the bottom 38.2%. But whenever you do that, your minimum target is the median. And the median currently sits at $88,500, which is right around that high 80s to low 90s where I think we can get to before we get a sharp correction. And tether dominance looks on the exact opposite, where now we've gotten 2 rejections of the median, and now we're about to close it under it for the second time, and we're about to lose the 5 EMA. So that gives us a statistical probability of hitting this bottom 38.2%, which is at 4.49%. But volatility is at literally 0% at extreme lows, while momentum has reset. So from here, if we do start losing this 5 EMA, volatility is going to expand, but momentum flips down. And then we're going to go a lot lower than this 38.2%. From that low of a volatility, we're probably going minimum to the 61.8, which is just a break below these lows right here at 3.75, 3.76%. And from here, that is a pretty significant drop. That's like almost 30% downside on tether dominance, which if you were to apply the same thing to Bitcoin, puts us at over $80,000, puts us closer to $90,000 on Bitcoin. Oh my God, the cat's up here. Let me get him
down. I tell you, there's a lot of Bitcoin.
He just wanted to see how much tether dominance was going to dump.
That's it.
He's bullish.
He's bullish and going to take an equal size dump as the one Tether is taking right now on Farhan.
I hope not.
Good right now.
At least the cat hasn't figured out how to like cling to the ceiling and shit like upside down, because that would be quite the problem.
Yeah, like the Simpsons movie, Spider Pig.
Then he really would be a shit monkey.
That's one of the greatest movies of all time. Simpsons movie.
Indeed.
So the weekly, we did have a weekly uptrend where we were making higher highs and higher lows, and then we ended up breaking below that after closing below here. So now the weekly uptrend has shifted into a weekly downtrend, and as of this moment, we are rejecting this 200 SMA on the weekly on Tether dominance, while momentum is starting to flip up right here after entering the bearish control zone. Volatility is going down, so it's telling you that this whatever bounce that we get is going to be a corrective bounce. And now the jewel is also dropping below both the pink and the yellow, and it's about to enter into the bearish control zone. So it's very likely that this little bounce that we got, which we tested the 200 SMA, could be the extent of the bounce that we get, as long as we're still below this 200. And if that momentum does start to flip back down from anywhere from this zone, then we're probably going to come with as how low the volatility is, come down towards this 78.6. That's just below 4.6% right now. So like 4.55%. This I believe is still going up. While Tether Bitcoin dominance is still expanding towards the upside as well. And we're on like 48% volatility. So that's completely basically reset. So from here, we can make it towards, at the very least, this meme line, but I don't think it's going to stop there. I think it's going to go towards the 61.8%, and that's just over 60%, under 61%, at like 60.70%. Let's check the momentum chart. All right, so CME has the same setup as spot does, where it drops below the 15% and then starts on volatility and starts expanding above it. Then it has CME has a different probability than spot. Spot is an 85% probability because it has more iterations of it happening. CME has currently a 100% hit rate. Where every single time the setup has happened on CME, it's always worked out. But there's also much less iterations on CME because CME only started trading in, I believe, 2017 or 2018. So it has much less data than spot does. But as of this moment, CME is expanding on volatility and momentum is pointed towards the upside, as long as price is over $64,000, let's say $650. And every single time, the stats for the setup is that every single time that it has played out, price has moved between 30 to 35% in the direction of momentum. And right now, momentum is up as long as price is over 64,650. So if we were to take it from when momentum's volatility started expanding, which was after this candle right here, and to apply 30 to 35% from there. $30 takes us somewhere around $87,500, and 35% takes us to about $91,000. So that would be our average move. And from where we are in volatility, we are only at 19%. So we still have a good 70%, 75% more to go before volatility is tapped out. And we're expanding from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 6 weeks of zero volatility. We have enough to very likely go towards that 35%, maybe a little bit higher, into somewhere around that low $90,000 area. And it would also work out with the psychological aspect of it too, because that's where everybody would start getting ready for $100,000 and going more risk on. And very likely one of those Bitcoin moves where it starts rejecting that low 90s and gives us a very sharp correction towards maybe even current all-time highs around $73,000, $74,000. Make everyone think the cycle top is in, and then go from there to significantly past 100,000. And same thing on the 5-day. But the 5-day currently has not given us a confirmation of volatility expansion yet, because we're only at 11.11%. Once we cross over 15%, then we would have confirmation. And 5-day also has a 100% hit rate of volatility expanding in the direction of stochastic momentum. And as of this moment, momentum is up as long as price is over 61,800 and let's say 50 to be safe. This number does like to change every couple of seconds. And since volatility has not expanded yet, we don't really have an area of where to draw the measurement from. But what we can do at the closest is just draw it from here because volatility is still not expanded. And once it expands, price will likely be higher than it is now. And that's about the same 30 to 35%. So if you were to take the average move, that puts us somewhere between $91,000 and $94,000. And this is the one that I think is very likely is going to play out, where we go somewhere in the low 90s and then get our rejection from there. And then come back to retest these current highs at like $74,000. And a $20,000 candle down in like 1 or 2 hours would probably be something that gets everybody to think the cycle high is in.
What a dump. That would be quite the dump.
Yeah, imagine it going from 94 to down to 74 in like 30 minutes or an hour.
That'd
be a fun short.
Oh yeah, but then you got to nail it. You have like 20 minutes.
So on the 2-day on CME, we came down and retested this 9 EMA twice. After the second time we tested the 9 EMA, it was the spring off of it. And momentum is up while volatility is expanding. Volatility is only at 45%. And momentum is up as long as price is over 67,553. But we don't have it set up on the 2-day because we didn't come back down under the 15%. Daily is about to turn back up as well. If price closes today in 6 hours, 6.5 hours of over $68,510, momentum is going to turn back up on the daily, and it's going to be a test of the edge of the bullish critical zone and flip back up within the bullish critical zone. And from there, we should get a decently sized move. Like the last time we did that was held the bullish critical zone right here. Back in February of 2024, the last time we ended up flipping back up within the bullish critical zone. And every single time we did, we got a massive pump towards the upside. Like the last one was 42% towards the upside after we flipped back up within the bullish critical zone.
She's right on target to your 30-some% targets.
Yep. That probably puts us in the low 40s.
95.
On that low 90s. I mean.
97.
And our number is just close above is 68.5. Due to their dominance.
There's $1,000 premium on CME versus spot. Almost.
That just shows the buying pressure on CME right now.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Usually during those Bitcoin moves, it approaches $1,000 premium.
Yeah.
Oh, really? So I've never seen in my life this before since I started paying attention to CME. So this is why.
Yeah, because there's heavy buying in CME, and then spot price likes to follow the CME price.
Got it.
And can't even spot price have on Coinbase a premium?
Yeah, the premium between exchanges.
Yeah.
Because Coinbase is usually spot buying.
Right. When Coinbase premium's higher, that's usually an indication that like whales are buying. They'll buy on Coinbase.
Yeah. And they're buying actual spot versus like whenever Binance has high volume, it's mostly futures.
Yeah.
That fucking Chinese guy that took off.
My favorite Chinaman.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm sure if CZ was watching this, he'd be proud.
You think he's actually Canadian, or did he just buy a Canadian citizenship?
No, dude. If you go to Canada, it's all Asians. Like all of them. And they're all Chinese for the most part. So no, I don't see how that's like completely far-fetched.
That's what a lot of crypto people do, is that they buy citizenships.
Oh yeah, of course, anywhere in the world. I have a friend of mine that just moved to Canada too, but he was in tech. I'm like, oh, so you wanted to become a socialist? That's pretty cool.
Never move to Canada, ever.
Oh, especially not now.
I don't even, after COVID, I never want to even visit Canada.
With Adolf Trudeau, no thanks.
Yeah, they're cool. The son of Fidel Castro. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Pass on that.
Small dick Justin, you mean?
He looks just like Fidel.
He does.
Monthly, weekly momentum is going to be continuing to the downside on tether dominance as long as it's below 5.57%, which is decently below now. And volatility is starting to expand. So we're about to get a weekly volatility and momentum set up on tether dominance, where volatility is expanding from lows below 15%, and momentum is to the downside. So we were to, that should very likely, from where volatility is, get us down towards this meme line, somewhere around 4.49%. And daily, I believe, is to the downside as well. Actually, no, daily is going to turn up as long as it today closes above 5.21%. And we have 3 periods of low volatility. That's very interesting.
That expansion can be towards the downside, right?
Yeah. But currently, a 4-hour is down as long as price it's below 5.3%. So this could bleed over into the daily, and then the daily volatility starts expanding towards the downside, and tether dominance would get a very sharp move to the downside. And from there, we can expect Bitcoin to get a God candle over previous all-time highs.
Oof.
So as of this moment, we're getting our continued momentum and stochastic setup, volatility setup on CME and spot. CME has a higher hit rate than the spot one does, and that gives us a probability of around 30 to 35% towards the upside, which puts us somewhere in the high 80s to low $90,000 area. And on the low time frames, we are getting a continued expansion towards the upside. So basically, everything is looking extremely bullish on crypto and Bitcoin.
Yes, he does. Especially knowing about that CME little thing, I had no freaking idea. That's awesome. All right, I got 2 requests: Enovix and Rivian. Rivian's next, so whoever wants to do that, I'll do the Bitcoin chart. I don't. Great interview, by the way, Donald Trump and Joe Rogan. That was pretty good.
Still haven't watched it.
Got to give it to Joe. That was fun. All righty. Vale, pues estamos viendo Bitcoin. Quiero que vean una cosa que acabo yo de aprender. Yo no sabía esto. Ya saben que CME son futuros. Futuros, Bitcoin en futuro está cotizando en 69,575. Y en spot está cotizando en 68,822, casi un gap de $1,000. Y normalmente cuando hay un gap de este tamaño es porque la gente está metiéndole sabroso a futuros. Están viendo básicamente el futuro del movimiento. Lo pueden ver acá. Estamos viendo Bitcoin CME justamente en la tabla mensual y pueden ver cómo tuvimos el breakout oficial acá. Obviamente quedan 3 días y 7 horas para cerrar, lo que se ve bastante bien, honestamente, hasta ahorita por acá el precio de Bitcoin. Cuando nos vamos a spot, podemos ver que estamos literalmente a punto de reventar el previo alto más alto que habíamos logrado antes en el 2021, que está en los $69,000. Si rompemos esto, muy probablemente por sencillamente esto, los voy a llevar a la semanal. Yo creo que en la semanal pinta una excelente fotografía esto. Podemos ver cómo veníamos en contra de esta resistencia que viene en una diagonal. Y esta resistencia la rompimos con este velazo y luego nos quedamos aquí arriba. Ahora, hemos tenido periodos sin volatilidad semanalmente hablando y justamente la volatilidad está expandiéndose en el 20%. Cuando la volatilidad expande y el precio se está moviendo a un lado, te está dando validez de que ese es un movimiento de precio y no una corrección. Esto nos dice que probablemente Bitcoin vaya a expandir hacia la alza. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es en CME poder aguantar los 68,500. Con que aguantemos los 68,500 en CME, esto va a empujarnos a nuevos altos históricos. Viéndolo tal cual semanalmente en Bitcoin, ahí está ese setup, pero también tenemos otro jamás setup acá en Bitcoin, donde en las de 5 días puedes también ver literalmente periodos de no volatilidad y ahora la volatilidad expandiendo junto con el precio. Lo puedes ver de aquí, literalmente de aquí para acá. Esta expansión fue una expansión a la alza, lo que nos hace pensar que esto va a explotar aún más. Déjenme ver en CME. ¡Uy! Y en CME es donde puedes ver acá, estamos en la de 5 días, acá tienes 1, 2, 3, 4 periodos de 5 días con muy baja volatilidad y la volatilidad nos está expandiendo en este momento, está en 11%. Queremos que pase el 15% para poder validar el movimiento de la expansión de la volatilidad y poder ver continuación de Bitcoin subiendo. Justamente, pueden ver que estamos por encima del promedio de las 9, no les voy a poner todos los promedios para no hacerlos bolas, pero se está viendo muy bien. Vamos rápidamente a la dominancia de Tether, que es algo de lo que habíamos platicado, y estamos justamente en ese punto pivote donde la dominancia de Tether empieza a caer y empieza a verse muy mal. Pueden ver el rechazo de la 9 justamente acá en la zona del 5.5% y eso nos llevó aquí abajo y ahorita justamente Tether Dominance está en 5.28%. Cuando lo ponemos en la diaria, eso nos pinta una mejor fotografía. Voy a dejarlos acá. Pueden ver que no hay volatilidad. Cuando tienes volatilidad muteada, eso quiere decir que va a venir un movimiento. Y si el movimiento está dándose a la baja y la volatilidad apoya ese movimiento cuando expande, este movimiento de Tether se va a ir, pero duro, duro, duro para abajo. Y el siguiente objetivo van a ser los 4.68, pero nuestro objetivo en total está justamente en esta zona de los 3.78%, donde los tres literalmente tenemos ese objetivo en todo tipo con cada metodología que usamos cada uno de nosotros. Otra cosa que vale la pena ver es la dominancia de Bitcoin, algo que decía Alex, quieren aprender qué es lo que es una tabla alcista. Y pueden ver, esto es la dominancia de Bitcoin, está brutalmente acelerándose. No lo habíamos visto acá desde el 2021, desde abril del 2021, y continúa expandiendo a la alza. Podemos ver que habíamos tenido un periodo de no volatilidad y ahora la volatilidad está expandiéndose junto con la dominancia de Bitcoin a la alza, que es bastante fuerte. Y en la semanal te está dando un setup aún más fuerte, donde también vienes de nada de volatilidad, de expansión, ahora otra vez regresa a nada de volatilidad y la volatilidad empieza a darse la vuelta, sobre todo en este gráfico, en el de 5 días, puedes ver la expansión de la volatilidad por encima del 15% y estás viendo también la expansión de la dominancia de Bitcoin hacia arriba, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente este movimiento vaya a tener continuación aún más. Entonces, arriba, abajo, al centro, para adentro, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando con Bitcoin? Básicamente, esto es lo que creemos que vamos a ver muy pronto en Spot, que es este breakout del canal en el que estábamos metidos. Y ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser estos 70,870 y vamos a ir uno por uno eliminando estos altos para irnos rápidamente. Y lo que pensamos es que se va a dar velozmente el movimiento hasta entre los 80 y 88 mil dólares es el promedio que tenemos entre todo. Hay diferentes cosas que nos apuntan a diferentes objetivos, pero por ejemplo, en la de 5 días, cuando lo vemos en el HPDR, literalmente estamos en la parte de abajo, el 38.5%, rompiendo para arriba y llegando a punto de cuando eso pasa, el precio va a retestear la media y la media está en 88 mil dólares en este tipo de temporalidad. Así que para que lo tengan en mente, esto se ve muy bien. Básicamente no queremos perder 68,500 para poder continuar con este movimiento y el mismo setup de Jamás que tenemos. El setup de Jamás es explosivo a la alza, recuérdenlo, como lo es Jamás también. Pero ahí lo tienen. Vamos a darle entonces ahora a Rivian.
Nice. The Rivian's actually looking great. I wanted to do it today because, you know, we basically, I gave this as like a concept trade a few days ago, and it can be just that simple, right? Once we make a wick low, but we're still holding that meme line at $10. For me, that was good enough to go for a potential long. We clearly see that, you know, Rivian, after it basically deviated once from this $10 zone, it quickly got reclaimed. And that's why I always like to wait for, like, you know, 2 to 3 closures, of course, before I enter like a short. That's why bearish retests are important. And so now we're actually going to potentially reclaim this 2-day 9. This is an area where, for me, this will confirm upside once we do reclaim it. And I just want to see the next opening actually hold the retest of the EMA 9 on the 2-day. For me, then that opens up an easy move to $11.46. And then I do think we're not going to stop there. I think overall it's going to go back to that $12.20 zone, a major level for Rivian. But when we know that the daily is potentially giving a setup as it is with major consolidation at 0% volatility, you know, that was my whole bias on downside here. After we dumped from that EMA 100 rejection, when we even started to expand, was basically from support an easy 27% move. And so this is telling me that we easily could go back to $12.30 or possibly higher. For me, I'll be pretty bullish on Rivian if we can get back, especially daily closures, back $13.70. That would mean that the weekly is reclaimed pretty nicely. You know, this basically the weekly 34, and that's basically been an area on that consolidation where we majorly rejected. What I'm liking about the weekly though is a few things potentially. The weekly is approaching that EMA 9, so we want to see if we can actually reclaim that to actually give us just more confluence of the daily breaking out and having more of that bullish bias. Another thing is the 2-week. The 2-week is also lining up with that $12 zone. That's why I do believe that even if we get rallies back to that $12.20 zone, I don't think that Rivian is max bullish yet. And I don't think that we're going to potentially blast through that $12.20 zone immediately. But from even that $10, to there, is still a nice 21% move. And that's why I'm more all eyes on Rivian over Tesla. And that's why I talked about that last week, because I do think people are feeling a lot of FOMO with the Tesla move, while Rivian was giving a pretty easy setup. And even going back to that 2-week EMA 9 would be a major move, and it could just be another retest of it. Considering we've been steadily rejecting it after breaking down in August, I do think that we have to look at that as resistance, and the fact that it's coming right in between that $12.28 meme line, which is a pretty massive level for Rivian overall for support and resistance. It makes an easy trade for me, because if we start reclaiming that 2-week, but especially reclaiming, let's say $12.30, then it opens up for sure moving back to that $13 zone. But one thing after the next, and if we can catch a 20% move, again, to me that makes it easy and nice. I want to see if this monthly can actually potentially churn either green or even just kind of hold this posturing here. This kind of shows me that bulls stepped in where they needed to. Luckily, this monthly is closing in 3 days, so we just kind of want to see, as long as though this monthly can just hold this $10 zone, it just solidifies again what I've been saying. We don't have a lot of data with it, but overall, this still is support until proven otherwise. And that's just what we got here. After we reclaimed it, we back tested it and we got the expansion off. This time we back tested it, but we're not expanding yet, but I do think it's close. So I'm going to watch the monthly closely, but there's really not much to really speak about. Even if we throw that EMA 5 on the monthly, it just tells me, yeah, again, like that $12 zone is going to be pretty big, because we have that EMA 5, which will move a little more down on this closing in 3 days. Just telling me that, yeah, that's major resistance. And so even if we get a 20% move, I'll still be very cautious to the fact that we easily can reject, because that's like Alejandro mentioned, Rivian, it's very in its nature to keep, it dumps and then it does these massive squeezes that just kind of lead to nothing, and then we end up dumping again. So we, get a move up to here, I'll be cautious of the fact that this could be a rejection zone, especially with that EMA 100. But it's looking quite good, quite constructive. And this is bullish consolidation. It's exactly what we wanted with volatility fully resetting here. It's not expanding yet, but it's starting to curve up, especially after this 2-day potentially reclaims that EMA 9. I do think we could start seeing the daily flip more up, and then it could give us, just an easier move to that $12.20. For me, that definitely seems likely as of now. And the probabilities are all lining up, especially after this daily reclaim that 9. For me now, it's looking quite good. It makes sense. We're getting some pullback here. I recommend to view it on a 2-day. It's just less choppy. And so that's why I'm just all eyes on this 2-day reclaim of the 9. It hasn't happened in a long time. And if it does, like I said on Friday's stream, it to me lines up with potentially a move where, once that gets reclaimed and holds the back test on the next opening, I do think that's what actually could, for me, be confirmation. If you aren't long, potentially look for a long position on the back test of that, or it just gives you more confirmation if you are long at that $10 zone. Overall, it's looking great. The quarterly's, matching and lining up nicely. It's developing nicely. There's obviously a lot of time left, 2 months, but this is kind of what you'd want to see. It's constructive. It's not happening all at once. It's kind of very slow. This is giving bulls the upper hand though. And it's not like all at once. When I say that, it's not like something like where we dump and then we just squeeze up again. Like it's been kind of like for a while, and so that's why I do think we easily can come back down and just easily back test that 2-day 9. So I wouldn't be longing here, but I'd be getting excited to the fact that this could start to move higher. It'll just be really confirmed today. So that's all I have with Rivian. It's just consolidating and it's holding the mean line that we've talked about. That was the target from this zone, was that $10 zone. This was the last stance for bulls. So it makes sense that they're holding this level. Is it enough to potentially get this daily to start firing? Potentially. It's just kind of, in my opinion, all relies on that 2-day closure. So big closing today for Rivian.
Nice. We got Shopify for you afterwards, and we're going to do Enovix with Farhan in a second. I'll do this one. Thank you, sir. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian en la de 2 horas. Yo creo que de todo lo que vio Alex, y estoy de acuerdo con él, este es el gráfico que menos ruido tiene de todos en temporalidad, cuando estamos hablando de temporalidad. Aunque solamente por mis propios gustos, déjenme, me doy vuelta a ver rapidísimo una que otra cosilla por acá. Denme un segundo. Quiero ver en una temporalidad alta esto. Porque ahorita lo que estamos viendo con Rivian, y recuerden, nos quieren preguntar cualquier precio, tenemos aquí en cola a gente en el etradingacademy.us, en el sitio, en el video en vivo que estamos ahí, para que nos pongan, si se acaba esa cola, vamos a la de acá el grupo en YouTube, como siempre. Para que lo sepan, tenemos ahorita, viene Shopify, también tenemos Solana que habían pedido y XLR y otra cosa. Vale. Déjenme rápidamente veo la mensual, cómo se ve esto. Empieza a pintar un hammerhead para la mensual, eso es lo que quería ver. ¿Y dónde está el promedio de las 9? En el 13.28, que es personalmente donde creo que vamos a pompear a. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo con Rivian es hermoso de cierta forma. Es más, ¿saben qué? Déjenme ver algo rápido. Ok. Lo que estamos viendo con Rivian, esto es un gráfico semanal. Lo que estamos viendo con Rivian es un pompazo de esto que parece ser el piso, el siguiente bajo más alto que continúa. Lo que no tenemos todavía respuesta es si este movimiento va a ser ya un movimiento que vaya a romper esta resistencia y dar continuación y empezar a romper estos altos, o si va a ser un poco de lo mismo, porque a Rivian le encanta, le fascina ranguear en todas estas situaciones. En la diaria podemos ver acá, les quiero poner rápido, cómo literalmente la volatilidad ha estado muerta por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 días. Y aparte la volatilidad está en 3.17%. Cuando vemos un setup así nos dice que probablemente vaya a haber un movimiento bastante agresivo. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo en la diaria? Como el precio de Rivian retomó la 9, rebotó, pasó la 21 y vino al 34 casi a ser rechazado. Lo que decía Alex en la de 2 días, que es bastante importante en mi opinión, que también tiene todas estas convergencias. Pueden ver cómo hay una zona bastante importante acá en el 13.30. No dudo que el precio de Rivian pueda darnos un pompazo. Lo que no sabemos es si esto va a aguantar, nos va a rechazar y va a continuar, o si definitivamente esto simplemente vamos a poder llegar y de ahí un rechazo para continuar buscando un nuevo mínimo. Es lo que todavía no sabemos. Lo que sí sabemos es que esto tiene pinta de que va a ir a buscar esta zona. Mínimo la de las $12 primero, y de ahí tal vez se aventure hasta los 13.30 por esta zona. De ahí ya veremos cómo se está dando todo y el setup, pero por ahora Rivian empieza a ver alcista. Y pueden verlo acá con esta diagonal que tenemos de línea de soporte, cómo aguantó perfectamente, y la dibujé en cuanto tocó la primera línea, básicamente en la diaria. Lo voy a poner para que lo puedan ver. Una vez que vi este cierre, de ahí me agarré y ha funcionado perfecto. Así que no me sorprendería, una vez más, ver a Rivian lograr hacer esto, tal vez esto, y ahora este es el punto donde la pregunta viene: ¿vamos a continuar o ahí va a quedar el movimiento? Y es algo que literalmente solamente el tiempo nos va a decir. Rivian se ve bastante bien por ahora. Vamos a darle a Enovix. Como de que no, damas y caballeros.
Enovix. Can you guys see my screen?
And I can see it now, sir.
All right, nice.
Look at my tickers, huh? How fucking professional are we in this place? My God. My fucking God.
Yeah, the
If
banners.
my mom didn't hate me, she would be so impressed right now and so proud.
All right, so we got these vertical lines on Enovix on the HPDR momentum. Each one of these from last time we looked at it, each one of these vertical lines represents whenever momentum broke into the bullish control zone, into the high 70s to 80s. So it did it this time, it did it this time, and I was doing it again this time. And every time we did it, we usually got at a minimum this much of a move. Let's see how much it was. About 25% at a minimum, and then at a height, it did about 86%. So from here, we haven't really gotten any much of like a expansion towards the upside. And as long as we're above the median, we're still likely to get that expansion towards the upside. So if we were to do like 25% from here, that puts us right around $15 to $16, which will it would be a back test of this breakdown area right here. Whenever we made a high and then we made a bearish engulfing, and then we got continued expansion towards the downside. If we're able to break this area right here anywhere above this candle's close, this is $18.12. I expect continuation towards this 100% on the HPDR, but I would also expect that to take a long time. I wouldn't think that it will happen anytime soon. As of this moment, we should be getting a little bit of a correction, because as we see, the momentum is flipped down, where the volatility is flipped down as well, which usually is a probability of backtesting this median, which is currently at $9.52. Monthly is looking strong. Monthly is currently about to close not only over the 38.2, but over the 61.8, which usually gives us a probability of testing somewhere around the 95%. And that one is currently retest of this current rejective lower high at $15.80 to $16. And if we're able to close over this wick high at $18.68, it's probably going to go back towards these current all-time highs around like $35 to $36. Very interesting. Well, monthly HPDR momentum is strongly in the bullish critical zone, and volatility still has a good amount to go left. It's only at 73%. Yeah, that supports a move back to towards these current all-time highs.
I'm concerned that all of the market looks so bullish.
Yeah,
I know,
Like,
right?
why? But you know what? I'll take it.
and oil is going down too. It's like the whole market is telling you that Trump is going to win.
Yep. Oil looks terrible.
Daily is also looking quite bullish. It's about to close over the median. 5 hours to go, but if we close over $11.33, it has a statistical move to go somewhere between $12.30 and $12.60.
Ding!
Monthly is about to confirm in 3 days and 6 hours hidden bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. That gives us very likely probably and from very low volatility. That gives us probability of going towards this bullish control zone. And right now the bullish control zone sits at $25, which would be a retest of this current rejective high, and it will put us way over it. So that gives us more of a probability of going to current all-time highs. And the bullish critical zone, from that low volatility, it's also very high probability. And that one sits at, this number is going to change, but right now it's at $66.84. But this is going to go down a lot. Weekly, not much. Oops. Daily is about to also put in hidden bullish divergence at the bearish control zone. So that puts us at the bullish control zone to the bullish critical zone. And that's somewhere between $14 to $23 currently. So on the low term time frames, it is looking bullish.
Correct.
And on the high, I'm sorry?
You were saying on your weekly, on the weekly one, was the only one that was a little corrective that could go probably to like the 950 area, but pretty much every
Yeah.
other
So
timeline
the
seems bullish as fuck.
weekly, I would consider like a moderate time frame, like middle ground. And the low time frame, daily is looking like it's
Seems
probably
good.
probably about to put in a local bottom and continue upwards. And then the very, very high time frames, like the monthly, is looking very bullish.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So that's
yes.
the daily is saying that possibly that weekly setup could be over, because the daily is about to put in hidden divergence, telling us that the bottom is in on the daily. So if that happens, then that probably bleeds over into the weekly, and then the monthly takes back over.
Okay. That's pretty fucking sexy if you ask me. All right. XLE for you, sir.
XLE.
And for now, I'll present this.
Excelente.
Excelente is right.
XLE.
Tenemos acá Enovix. Enovix, algo que me encanta, que quiero que todos vean también acá en Enovix es esto. Vamos a empezar con temporalidades altas. Temporalidad alta, un mes, rápidamente poder ver todo lo que ha sido Enovix desde el principio. Podemos ver que hemos estado en básicamente esta tendencia bajista desde el principio, creando este alto, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo. Pero por primera vez estamos formando estructura alcista, donde este bajo es más alto que este. Y ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo a romper va a ser este alto de por acá. En esta temporalidad podemos ver que acabamos de recuperar el promedio de las 9. Es importante porque la última vez que recuperamos el promedio de las 9 fue en esta vela y nos llevó hasta un casi 71%. Son movimientos bastante fuertes, ya sean impulsivos, correctivos o definitivamente en dirección A, con momentum. Otra cosa es rápidamente, ok, ahí está la semanal y de nuevo, bastante bien que estemos recuperando el promedio de las 9 que está en 11.4. Eso es la mensual. Ahora, en la semanal, este es el setup que a mí me gusta. ¿Por qué? Porque en la semanal tienes todos tus promedios aquí. Todos, absolutamente todos. Y ahorita estamos justamente peleándonos con el promedio de las 55. Sí, podemos tener un cierre el día de hoy arriba del 11.32, que estamos literalmente a un centavo, 11.31. Esto empezaría a expandir a la alza. Podemos verlo por acá. Y obviamente nuestro siguiente objetivo tranquilo son los 12.12, que es donde está el promedio de las 100. De aquí van a ser los 13.19 a romper esto. Y de ahí, por encima esta zona, el 14.23 y 13.72. Esta es una zona bastante importante para el precio. ¿Por qué? Porque además de que tienes el promedio de las 200, tienes esta línea meme bastante importante, tienes también la confluencia de la estúpida línea que viene para abajo, que si simplemente rebotas, caes acá y vuelves a dar continuación, eso es algo bastante, en términos técnicos, que tiene bastante alta probabilidad de seguir dándose. Pero cuando volteamos a ver básicamente en todas las temporalidades, menos en la semanal es la única que se ve algo correctiva. En la diaria tenemos un poco de lo mismo, pero estamos encima de todos los promedios. Literalmente, esta vela diaria acaba de romper. Bueno, no venimos a tocar el 200 lo tocamos en el último cierre, pero de acá venimos y nos comimos el 34, el 55, el 21, el 100 y el 9 y da a continuación a la alza. Así que esperando un cierre arriba del 11.32 el día de hoy, eso nos daría continuación a todo lo que estamos viendo para poder ir a lograr a buscar este objetivo en los 13.72 y de ahí continuación hacia arriba. Esto tiene cara de que quiere continuar. Estás viendo la expansión de la volatilidad junto con el precio. Volatilidad está en 31%. Tiene muchísimo camino todavía para expandirse en temporalidad diaria y dar continuación a este movimiento que estamos viendo en Enovix. Se ve bastante bien en este momento el buen Enovix para todos ustedes que estén ahí de degenerados metidos en Enovix. We said Shopify, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I'm doing my beautiful graphic.
No worries. The banner's clean.
I just discovered that these things exist, so I'm now using them.
I see we're moving up.
We're, just day by day, taking it one step at a time.
Exactly. So I want to share Shopify on the weekly. I think it's important because, the $78 keeps coming up. And so it kind of just puts weight on $78 for Shopify is a pretty massive level. It's not a good sign that we basically last week lost the $79.94, call it $80 psychological level. And we just know, like, anytime we basically have lost that level, we at least tend to dump, just a little bit or a lot. And so for me now, we have to be cautious because the daily, is potentially firing off a volatility setup, and it would be to the downside, in my opinion. As long as we're under the daily 9, it gives more of a bias to the fact that we could end up dumping. How I use the 34 is it's kind of like the last spot for me, before we end up testing that 100. Taking off the 55 because there really isn't a cross identified on the daily would kind of signal that, so we're kind of at a precarious spot here. We really want to see bulls actually start reclaiming back above that daily 9. But, on the flip side, we start going to like the weekly, we are at a massive level still. So that's why I'm more in the camp that, the weekly is going to confirm a lot for me. If we end up closing below the weekly 9, we've now lost that daily estimate, that weekly estimate 200. Which deviations from that end up basically being pretty fatal for Shopify. And so this is a crucial level, and it's easy to identify a breakdown. I wouldn't short the bearish retest here if you're going more bearish bias. I'd actually wait for that weekly 9 to get lost, and then look to see if that estimate 200 acts as resistance to get positioned. If you're bullish, then it's real simple. You want to see kind of a bounce here. You want to see this hold, and you want to see bulls actually start reclaiming that $80 again. We end up reclaiming that daily 9. For me, it confirms that, yes, we are bouncing from that major spot on the weekly estimate 200. We've just popped back up. This is a bullish SFP. And now we have to look at this as potentially retesting that $80 zone as support before we go up. But as long as we're under there, it's still more of a chance of a breakdown, especially while we're getting this volatility actually firing off and confirming it after at 0%. So why I'm more cautious. If we end up breaking down here with that weekly, actually losing that SMA 200, then I have to start looking at a lot lower, right on that $68 first. And for me, that $68 on the weekly will determine if we're actually going to go and test $60 flat. And there will be a major spot for Shopify because we could massively break down from that spot if we don't hold $60, but one level at a time. And so that's why, I'm more bearish on the daily, but the weekly still can give me some hopium on the fact that we could bounce. And then going on the 2 week, the weekly starts losing that estimate 200, the 2 week easily can go back down and test $75. So it's at a very precarious spot because this 2 week wants to hold this $80. This would be nice if the 2 week could hold the $80 region, but if it doesn't, then yeah, that probably means that the weekly is probably going to lose that estimate 200. And then we have to really start looking at this as, potentially it was trying to form like trend back to the upside. But if we're unable to basically break, let's see here, I think it was more evident on, I think the daily here. Let me just real quick. Now it was on the 2 week. Yeah. So like if we're unable really to like end up breaking this high here, for me, then it runs the question if we're potentially going to roll over, and it'll be confirmed if we actually start breaking down and losing that $50 zone. But for me, this was putting in bullish structure. It was looking good after it basically put in a higher high here on the 2 week. It came down, it not breaking this last low is looking like a higher low. That's why I really wanted to see this higher high form. It obviously doesn't have to happen immediately. Bullish consolidation can happen right at the $80 zone. But, if we're going to end up rolling over here, then we have to start asking, the question if this uptrend is now starting to fail. And that's why I'm going to be real cautious at this, estimate 200 on the weekly. So it's kind of a last stance for bulls, before, in my opinion, we can get a bigger breakdown. And that's just kind of what the Shopify history has told us that, when we've been in this range since we've lost it here in, Fed 2022, we then had to wait for the retest. It rejected, and then we came down. When we lost it here, we waited for the retest, and then we came down. That's why I'm not trigger happy to short this. It'll be very easy for me if we end up losing it and then retesting it. Then it's an easy short. But for now, it's better wait in your hands. Watch the weekly. If you're bullish, you just really want that daily 9 to get reclaimed, because then that'll give bulls the upper hand, and then we easily can go back to 90s, you know, $91 to $92. But for me, it's on the daily looking more like a breakdown, and the 2-day too. You know, the 2 days lost the EMA 9 freshly, and it's now it's rejecting it, falling below the mean line. You know, again, just giving bears the upper hand that they could easily send this down. So I'd be very cautious on this chart if you're bullish. You know, you really want bulls to kind of step in here, as evident on the 5-day and the weekly. And if it doesn't, then yeah, we easily can come down. Let's see how the monthly is developing. This monthly can get kind of ugly, and it's closing in 3 days. We really don't want to see this wick body get filled out here, because then this will start looking more like a topping candle on the monthly. So we'll see how this closes in 3 days. Ideally, we'll come back to this chart. But even on the monthly, that's the time frame that really shows the trend. That's what I wanted to show is, you know, it's like really important here to kind of break this high, or else we really have to question this uptrend. You know, it was welcoming to see that monthly EMA 100 bounce actually, and hold us and got us back above $60. But now, you know, we're again just at that major point where we could end up rolling over here, where people are getting very bullish here. And that's why for me, I'm just on the camp of caution, and the weekly will really, really give us the easy trade up or down. We end up reclaiming 80s and on a weekly, or even the daily reclaiming the 9. Cool. That's a great sign for maybe 90s. But if that weekly ends up losing that SMA 200, that's the precursor to a breakdown on Shopify.
Looks like it. Solamis, and thank you so much, sir.
Cool.
Vale. Estamos viendo Shopify, damas y caballeros, y lo primero que quiero hacer es que vean el gráfico mensual. Lo vamos a hacer un poco más pequeño para que tengamos una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Habíamos nosotros puesto al precio de Shopify en este canal. Bueno, esto lo había hecho yo personalmente. No es necesario tener el canal, es para quien le guste. Me gusta porque pinta bastante bien la acción del precio. Lo hemos visto moverse dentro del canal y lo respeta muy bien. Entonces, este es uno de los canales que voy a dejar en mis gráficos, además de que vienes de esta resistencia que literalmente la intentaste topar una vez, no pudiste, luego saliste una vez. ¿Y qué estamos viendo justamente ahorita? Esto. ¿Qué está pasando? Tenemos la ruptura a la alza, vamos a tener un SFP y va a ser esto simplemente roto a la baja y va a dar continuación al movimiento, o estás viendo que estás formando bajos más altos, bajos más altos, y vas a seguir a la alza porque también estás creando altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. La cosa es, aquí lo que parece esta vela mensual que cierra solamente en 3 días y 5 horas, tiene cara de que quiere crear un alto más bajo. Por lo que es importante para Shopify y el movimiento de Shopify, si eres alcista, a la alza, pero básicamente ya. Déjenme ver algo rapidísimo. En la mensual, exactamente. Ok. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal. En la semanal yo creo que es más obvio todo lo que estamos viendo de cerca. Podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio de los 200, del 9, y todo se está encontrando acá, lo que probablemente nos dice que vamos a visitar los 38.26. Pero dentro de la semanal hemos visto cómo nos rechazó antes el promedio de las 200 acá y nos tiró. Lo habíamos intentado retestear acá y nos había tirado la primera vez. Este es un segundo retesteo con consolidación más cerca del mismo, pero también esto podría ser un SFP a la baja. Así que tenemos que poner mucha atención en esto. Y también estás viendo cómo la volatilidad está cayendo. Así que esto podría ser un movimiento correctivo en mínimo esta temporalidad. Pero en la diaria, aquí es donde empezamos a preocuparnos, porque hemos visto el chop y al mismo tiempo no quieres romper los 77.63. Yo creo que esa es la línea en la arena para cualquiera. De si rompes esto, estás rompiendo esta estructura que es altos, altos y mínimos más altos, pero también ve cómo en el gráfico diario estás por abajo del promedio del 9 y el 21 que te están rechazando, y eso puede que se ponga mala la cosa. También cuando lo volteas a ver, bueno, vamos a ver rápido la volatilidad, y puedes ver que acá la volatilidad está empezando a subir en lo que el precio está bajando. Esto nos podría decir que el precio va a tener una corrección para abajo. Es lo que tiene más cara de. Tenemos que simplemente estar pendientes a literalmente estos escenarios donde en el mismo gráfico En la de 2 días tiene 0 volatilidad por 2 barras enteras. Esto con la volatilidad hasta abajo en el piso, lo que podría dar continuación a lo que está haciendo el precio ahorita tantito hasta que esto se revierta y haga un nuevo setup. Pero por ahora lo que estamos esperando es muy probablemente o chopeo lateral o perder por acá tus niveles a la baja. Si eres alcista, quieres retomar el promedio de las 9 en la diaria y en la de 2 días, que está en 80.72 en la de 2 días y 80.56 en la diaria, para poder empezar a pensar que esto va a ser más alcista. Ahorita no estás tampoco en momento de hacerle un short a esto porque estás literalmente entre los rangos, no tiene sentido alguno. Así que Shopify está justamente en medio de a dónde va a tomar dirección y luego tal vez la volatilidad respalde esa dirección. No sabemos si lo va a hacer con este breakout falso y que se vaya a la baja, pero lo que tiene cara es que mínimo va a corregir. Lo que no queremos es que rompa esto en los 77.82 a la baja. Si rompes los 87.74, 77.74 a la baja, prepárate porque te estás llevando este bajo y ahora esta estructura se empieza a romper un poco y a no dejarte las cosas tan claras. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Shopify. Alrighty. We got, what's next? XLE.
XLE. XLE is SPDR Select Sector Fund, Energy Select Sector. So it's a boomer we're dealing with.
It's not a boomer. Bruno is probably younger than you guys or your age. So I don't understand why he's going that route, but let's go. He invests like a boomer.
All right, so on the monthly at the moment, momentum is pointed down. It's about to enter the bearish control zone while volatility is pointed up. And then on the jewel, we got to move into the bullish control zone, but now we're flipping downward, and we're about to confirm this dark blue sell on the jewel, and we're going to break out of the bearish bullish control zone while the pink crosses below the yellow. So this is not necessarily a good setup right now. This is actually kind of a pretty bad one. The only thing that would make it worse is if they were all bunched up together whenever they started flipping down, but it's still pretty bad. And we're currently rejecting this bottom 38.2% zone. As long as we keep rejecting this bottom 38.2%, probabilities are towards the downside and more in favor of coming back to the 78.6% and this 55 EMA somewhere just below $80 at like 78 to like maybe $77. And volatility is only at 49%, so it has a lot more room to go. So this thing can really dump. Because this is the monthly, so monthly volatility, a move of 50% can take us probably down towards this 100 at around 72.59, 72.50. Maybe this 200 at somewhere around 68.83, just below $69. I mean $69. Monthly is a little bit different though. Monthly is pointed up while volatility is going sideways. So it's not exactly a volatility supported move to the upside, but it's not corrective either. Or it's not very corrective because volatility is not pointed down. Volatility will probably start to expand if we close over this 38.2%, which is at $89.94. Then we'll have a volatility supported move to the upside, and we can probably go towards these previous highs at 90% range at like $98 to somewhere around $100. The jewel is currently pointed upwards as well, not quite into the bullish control zone yet, but it's above the pink now. Last time we crossed above the pink, we did make it to the bullish critical zone. This time as well.
He didn't make it to the bullish control zone?
Not yet.
Oh.
But it's above the pink though. And every single time it crossed above the pink, then it did make it to the bullish control zone.
I gotcha. That's what I was wondering.
The 2 days going to close in about 4 hours and 47 minutes. We're just on the edge right now of maintaining this 100 EMA and this bottom 38.2%. It needs to close over $89.50, and then we'll hold both of them. And as of this moment, momentum is starting to flip back up from the bearish control zone. And volatility is flipping down, which is a statistical target of this top median up here, which is currently at $91.60. It doesn't tell us if we're going to close over it or not. It just tells us that we're probably going to retest it. And off of this next 2-day open, which is going to be tomorrow, this median is very likely going to come down a little bit. Daily is giving us more of a bias towards a bounce. But as of right now, we're also just about to touch close over this bottom 38.2%. That one is at $89.34. And if we do, then that gives us probability of retesting the median, which is in that same $91 area. All right, so the monthly does have confirmed bearish divergence, but we've already hit the easy target, which was the middle zone. As of right now, if we continue to close below, what is this, $89.79, that increases our probabilities of going to the bearish control zone. And as of right now, the bearish control zone sits at $79.74. But from this low volatility, we can probably make it towards the bearish critical zone. The number is going to be a little bit higher than this when it eventually plays out, but it's currently at $45.33.
Wow.
What a dump.
I'm
It's
glad
probably going to be a little bit higher though once it actually does play out. The number changes after every monthly open.
Dude, even if he goes to 50, that's a fucking mega dump.
But I'm max bearish on oil, so this kind of lines up with, this is a good confluence to my US oil short plan.
5-day also has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. So are probably going to hit somewhere around the bearish control zone, which right now bearish control zone is at 81.37, and the critical zone is at 47.79. Two-day has confirmed hitting bearish divergence at the bullish control zone, and we have volatility at less than 50%. So easily we can hit the bearish control zone, sitting at 81.24. And then the critical zone is at 56.25. Probably don't hit the critical zone off of this setup though, because volatility is already at 47%. So on the lower time frames, I'm getting the bias towards a bounce, like the daily and the 2-day. But based off of the weekly and the monthly, I'm expecting sharp continuation towards the downside, and very likely this thing is gonna probably lose another like 20 to 25% minimum from here, based off of those setups.
Yeah, that's what it certainly seems like. All righty. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Let me see. Alex is doing salamis. USD MXN, or hang on, let me see, make sure that it's the right one. Yeah, USD MXN, which is the peso dollar.
Nice.
Alrighty, let me bring this up. Vale, estamos viendo XLE en este momento, que es SPDR, Select Sector Fund, Energy, Select Sector. Energía, somos un poco bajistas en petróleo en este momento, estamos viendo un gráfico mensual y quiero hacerme un poco más para atrás para que vean esto en donde ranguea el precio. Empezó a cotizar en 1998 y pueden ver que literalmente hizo tope en el 2014 e intentó volver a hacerlo por acá, pero falló en los $98. ¿Qué es importante de este gráfico? Que en temporalidades en temporalidades altas, como la mensual, 2 semanas, etcétera, estamos viendo que esto, de acuerdo al momentum, tiene un movimiento que está yendo para abajo, que va a ir a buscar básicamente esta zona más o menos entre los 50 y los $68. Es lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades altas. Para verlo un poco más sencillo, yo creo, porque de acuerdo a todo lo que estábamos leyendo, en temporalidad corta tenemos que cerrar arriba del 89.76. Es probablemente lo que estamos viendo es en temporalidades cortas es un movimiento correctivo. Y este movimiento correctivo, si lo ven, es literalmente lo que estamos viendo en el gráfico. Pueden ver cómo todo está aquí, todos los promedios. Este movimiento correctivo muy probablemente vaya a ser a estos promedios y de ahí continuar el movimiento, porque la expansión de volatilidad y momentum van para abajo, apoyando el movimiento para abajo en temporalidades largas, pero sí hay una corrección que se está dando en este momento y esa corrección la estás viendo justamente acá. ¿Dónde se invalida todo? Empieza a romper arriba en los 91.23, pero sobre todo eliminando este alto en los 94.23, porque lo que estás creando es estructura bajista. Estás creando que mínimos, mínimos, mínimos más bajos, altos, altos, este alto no es más bajo que este, pero sí que este, y acá tienes otro alto que es más bajo que este y que estos. Entonces empiezas a ver al precio caer. De ahí tu siguiente, a ver qué va a pasar, son los 85 para abajo, y de ahí obviamente este wick a los 83. Pero creemos que a temporalidades altas, esto nos está diciendo con todo que va a caer, pero como gorda en un tobogán, no sé, no. Intenté aplicar el chiste, pero no me salió, señores. ¿Qué más quieren de mí? Soy solamente un ser humano. Alrighty. Oh, we're watching salamis? Hang on a second. Fucking, I love salamis.
Yeah, it's looking quite good. Rob. So here we have Sol volatility. I want to note, just like last time, basically we've never seen the 5-day volatility this low ever. So this is telling me that the move is happening, and since it's expanding now, we should see a pretty violent move on Sol. Really from expansion, let's just do I guess this time was the last lowest volatility read, which was in May 16th. Yeah, right around April, May. Yeah, right around here. Before Sol at least put in, let's just zoom all the way out and see. At least from this point to here. Yeah, put in 154% move. So, it's like even more than that, and it's, at 170. So Solana is looking amazing. I'm actually watching this extremely closely, and I do think that after this weekly close, basically reclaiming that 170 level, pretty big level on Solana, I do say so myself. We would expect just a retest of it. I think that would make a lot of sense. And it would retest the daily 9. And that's kind of what I'm watching for now. Just a very tight range for Solana here. Now, if it starts losing this daily 9, we easily can come back down to, I still think we can come down to this 150 level, 150 to 157. But I'm more in the camp that's not going to happen, just simply because of the posturing of the 5-day and the fact that we are getting that volatility set up, supporting price, and it's expanding. And that's why, it makes sense if we do get some kind of slight pullback to watch out 170s. I think 170, if it holds, could be the area that, potentially if you're not long, to maybe look for a long, and have potentially to stop at October 25th low. But, we would expect that to hold, especially with the silver cross on the daily and the 2-day. And if we end up dumping a little deeper, just be mindful of that 2-day silver cross. And the 9's not directly lined up with that 170, but it's around 164.81, 165. And that's closing in 8 hours. So we'll see where that's actually going to move up. And it could meet price more around that 168 to 169. Beautiful number. Solana's looking quite good, though, and it's just in a new range. It just reclaimed that 170. So, we would expect at least some consolidation here. But the way the 5-day is looking, I'm not really expecting too much consolidation, and I'm more in the camp that once that 169 to 170 gets tested again, I do think that will be what moves us up. For now, I do think that Solana is looking quite good over time, maybe like at the end of this year. I do think we can easily be back around this $217 level. We see popping back in this range. All other moves up have been short-lived. Even after reclaiming, though, it still gives us nice bounces. This one was 10%. Let's see what this one was. 14%, and then this one here as well. 23%. And so we know big moves happen from that 170 range. I have a simple meme line here. I do think once it starts reclaiming that 179, 180, a level Farns mentioned, that probably is what triggers, or at least gives us the confirmation that, yeah, this thing's about to bust up. And keep in mind, Sol can move quite fast, especially after here. I remember, that 170 in just like 3 days, it went all the way to 200. So it can move quick, especially from there. And when we're getting a 5-day setup, which Solana's never had in the history of Solana, it's definitely something not to discount, I guess. And you just be really on the watch for a higher low, considering we basically broke trend, especially on the weekly, I believe. We were basically watching this high that was put in at Solana at 163.59. The fact that it broke above and then even held and then got more expansion onto the next week. Yeah, the trend is up. We'd expect a higher low. I wouldn't want, like I said, that low that we made in October to get broken right at 159. And that kind of gives us an easy trigger then. If you're going to play that 2-day silver cross, you could just long the EMA 9, have a hard stop loss here at that wick low, and you just be mindful that, Solana likes to dirty dance. But for me, with this 5-day expanding, yeah, you should be on, basically, in my opinion, you should be watching very closely, especially where this monthly closes. And you would have had a bullish bias on Solana, even on that major Bitcoin dump, because it just simply helped the monthly 9. And that's why, like with crypto as a whole, I wasn't uber bearish because of the simple fact that the monthly 9 has been held. Last time we lost it, that's simply right when we entered a bear market in Solana. So, the fact that it held, it bounced from it, and now we're forming this insane candle is looking really, really, really good. And I do think that once Solana does break, like I said, that 180s, it'll line up with Sol BTC actually range breaking here. For months, we've been in this range on Sol BTC. Still bullish though, and the 9's even supporting right at the bottom of the range. But, let's view it on the weekly here. A move is brewing here, even on Sol BTC, especially with volatility this low. It's never been this low, even on the weekly. So just like what we see on spot, Sol BTC is looking quite insane. It's now in a range. It's getting quite tight. We're still bullish, bullish posturing. We did reject the top of the range again, but that's why I'm more in the camp. We could see a slight pullback on Sol. I'm watching 170s closely, but especially if the daily's closing still like this and still looking good, I'm still going to be more on the camp that once Sol BTC starts breaking above 0.0026, call it an easy number to remember. That's probably when once you get that plus spot confirming that 180 reclaim, it's going to be really hard not to be max bullish on Solana, waiting for those 200s to get tapped again. And so Sol's at a very precarious spot. It's looking really good. This trade's probably going to take a while to play out. I mean, with these huge trades, there's going to be a lot of chop. So, this wouldn't surprise me, maybe something like that. And then it comes down, retests it, something that it does like to do. And instead of falling through it, we actually get the expansion up. And again, that probably lines up with Sol, especially on the weekly here, giving us a tiny pullback. Maybe it just goes down to here. Maybe it goes down to like 168, 167, test that EMA 9 on the 2-day, comes up, and then that's what gives us the move to 200. That's kind of what I'm watching for, very slight pullbacks on Sol. Maybe that bleeds into Bitcoin, slightly rejecting that 69K. But with this kind of posturing, that could just act as an opportunity, especially with that 2-day silver cross. So that's all I really have on Solana. It just looks like it's just brewing to make all-time highs, which, if you know me, I'm pretty stingy on altcoins. But, you have to just remember, I'm a trader, and we're getting a once-in-a-lifetime setup so far on Sol. I'm going to be all eyes on that. Especially if, I have more of a bullish bias on ETH BTC bouncing from at least this region around it. That probably does bleed into Sol, catching a nice bid, especially with what we know with Sol ETH. Sol versus ETH just looks insane. So this tells me that Solana is a lot stronger than ETH. So when ETH starts moving, I do think that alts as a whole will get a bid, but very, very strong alts like Sol ETH. I mean, Sol are going to just outperform. And so that's kind of where we're at now. Sol's insane. Doesn't even have to pull back from here, but the way the weekly closed above 170 would make a lot of sense, because that's just what Solana likes to do. Be too easy, in my opinion, just to break out from here. Now that's Sol BTC. It'd be too easy, in my opinion, just to break out from here. It makes sense, at least, to reclaim 170s, long stack in here. We have a nice sizable pullback of, let's see, 5%. Remember, most people trading these coins are on 20, 15, 30x leverage. It smokes those people out, and then it retests that 170, a massive zone here that was resistance into support, and then we just keep seeing the 5-day expand. So that's all I'm really viewing on Solana. Quite bullish. This is the most bullish altcoin I've seen, giving us an insanely bullish setup. I do hope it plays out how I think it will, because it'd be kind of nice to see Solana back in this 230, 220, maybe even going back to $300. And then we really have to wonder if maybe that's why Farn was getting that $500 move so much when he viewed Solana. And it would make a lot of sense. Multi-month range break, volatility at the lowest it's ever been. It's now expanding, supported by a nice Bitcoin move with ETH BTC at major support. When you see this as a trader, it's like all the stars are kind of aligning. So, we'll wait to see if the reaction at 170, as long as it keeps holding though. That to me is the move to get long, have the stops at that low right around, 159, and just wait. So our long it printed across the board, beautiful TP right around that 170 metric zone, but now it's reclaimed. So, it's now a flip in my book. So it makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, it was 169, but yes.
Yeah. For me, it was 170 and Farn had that 180, which now I think it did slightly go to. So, Soul's looking
nice.
Yeah.
It is fucking incredible. God damn it. But at least our long Ethereum is working out. What was I going to say? App. The next one for you, Alex, is app. APP. I'm not entirely sure what it is.
AppLovin Corporation. Okay. McLovin Corporation.
McLovin Corporation?
No, is that really what it's called?
No, it's AppLovin Corporation.
I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Great. Vale, pues. Estamos viendo los Solamis en este momento, y los Solamis en este momento los voy a poner en una temporalidad alta, en la mensual, para que veamos la potente consolidación que estamos viviendo. Es muy parecida a la de Bitcoin también, pero como pueden ver, venimos de esta resistencia a la baja que estamos rompiendo justamente en este momento a la alza. Solana se ve bastante bien, está por encima del promedio de las 9 y es lo que lo ha mantenido. Solamente acá tuviste una mega oportunidad de comprar en los $109, tuviste una segunda en los $120 y una tercera en los 130. El precio de Solana está en 174,73 en este momento. Y de acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo, rápido pongo el gráfico semanal. De acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo, déjenme elimino estas cosas. Solamis está listo para estallar a la alza. ¿Qué es exactamente lo que estamos buscando en Solami para poder pensar? Solana, para que sepan, estoy solamente mamando para todos los que tal vez no estén tan familiarizados con esto. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es que muy probablemente Solana venga a tener una pequeña corrección antes del movimiento alto. Existen dos diferentes probabilidades, pero la que nos gusta más analizar es en el gráfico de los 2 días, porque tienes un cruce plateado por acá, lo que te dice que el precio de Solana probablemente venga a retestear la 9, porque es lo que normalmente haces cuando tienes un cruce plateado, que es cuando el 21 se va por encima del 55 en cuanto hablamos de promedios. Voy a eliminar el 34 para que no haga ruido por ahí. Y también el 100 para que no lo tengan que ver. Aquí estamos, cruce plateado, vienes a retestear el 9. Lo que pensamos es que probablemente el retesteo de la 9 sea la última oportunidad, bueno, no la última oportunidad, pero la oportunidad ideal para poder empujar el precio para arriba. Este gráfico, esta vela cierra en 8 horas y 28 minutos de 2 días, lo que va a hacer que el promedio suba. Y aquí te da una oportunidad brillante para entrar en un long, porque tu oportunidad está, y vamos a abrirlo acá, long. Digamos que sube esta mamada a, no sé, 167. Entras acá. ¿Dónde pones tu stop? Lo pones justamente en este wick. Porque si barres este bajo, pues probablemente no vaya a darte la continuación que buscas a la alza. Y acá tu objetivo a la alza van a ser por ahí de los 200, digamos los 200. Tienes un 5% de probabilidad de que te salga mal y un 20% de probabilidad de éxito en esto. Así que yo digo que sí tomaría el 5 contra el 20, por supuesto, el tío Salo, y es como haríamos nosotros justamente este long en este momento, cortándolo justamente abajito de los 159.19, entrando, esperando por ahí entre los 164 y los 167 hasta los 170, honestamente, y de ahí pues para arriba. Una vez más, tu invalidación en esta jugada sería en los 159.19. Abajo de eso, lo cortas y nos vamos a la que sigue. Pero ahí lo tienen básicamente en Solamis. Es lo que es. Farhan, which one are you doing now? I forget. Oh, USD
USD
MXN.
MXN.
Did you guys, did you see Robinhood launch betting contracts for the 2020?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised.
Everybody
Dude, everything
wants
is
to
going
get
to
in on
be
that.
betting.
Bet the top on Trump? Wow. The odds can't be good now. I mean, they just can't be good.
God damn it. I fucked this up.
Farn, do you still have your Trump bet?
Yep.
That's hilarious.
The time to sell those is IMO right before the election. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
probably the day
absolutely.
before. Did you guys?
I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Shit looks good.
Yeah, it does. It just hit 28 pesos per dollar once again. It feels like a good time to be in Mexico.
Good for you, boys.
So on the monthly, we're currently about to close over these. So we're getting close to closing of these previous wick highs after we made a doji, which was at 20.148 pesos per dollar. Get down, cat. We're at the, but I wouldn't expect it to get too much expansion from this point as of this moment yet, because we're at such high ranges on the HPDR. We're basically already at the 100% range. So that makes it extremely low probability of closing above this area. If we look at our, and if you look at our monthly HPDR momentum and volatility, they're both topped out at just about 100%. Whenever you see this red background, that means they're at 100%. The jewel is entering over the bullish control zone as of this moment. So what's more likely, since the jewel is not topped out yet, is that we get consolidation somewhere around here sideways. And I wouldn't look for very much of a pullback at all, considering with how the jewel looks like right here, freshly entering the bullish control zone. So I would say that this thing probably goes sideways in this 19 to 20 pesos per dollar area for the next maybe 2 or 3 months, while these ranges step up and volatility and momentum reset. Then from there, I would look for probably a retest of these highs somewhere around 23 to 24 pesos per dollar. And I'm liking that, considering we currently live in Mexico.
Yeah, I'd say so.
If you check the quarterly right now, quarterly was a nice back test of the 61.8% and continued expansion, whereas quarterly volatility is pointed up while momentum is pointed up. So that gives us more of a probability of coming up towards the 88.3%, which as of right now sits at just about 20.5 pesos per dollar. And if we get any type of close over this area right here, that increases our probabilities of going towards that 23 to 24 peso per dollar number.
I have 22 as the next level.
Yeah, same.
Weekly looks very good as well. With the weekly, we've gotten a close basically over that blue 38.2%. We opened above it. We got a little bit of a move down to back test this candle's open, but we got a bounce from there. As of this moment, we're still above the 5 EMA. And quarterly weekly HPDR momentum and volatility are pointed towards the upside. Volatility is at nice 69.47%. So with the volatility still expanding and we still have about like 25 to 30% more to go in volatility, we could probably hit somewhere around this 88.3, which is currently at 20.68. And it feels only 0.01 more.
What a stupid fucking price. No. I actually have my next zone is 20.63. So that coincides too.
That's good.
And if we look at Jewel on the weekly, it's starting to flip back around as well, maintaining the bullish control zone. And now it's on a white upward curvature. On this next weekly open, this is very likely going to switch towards that light blue cyan color. And within the bullish control zone, it should be a pretty significant move up as well. Probably towards that 20.68 number. Two-day has several closes over this blue 38.2%, and we're just about to close over this 78.6, while volatility is pointed up, and we're at 77%. We still, and momentum is pointed up too. Run another 20% from here. That would take us towards that somewhere around the 90% to the 95%, and that would be 20.36 to 20.72 pesos per dollar. What's crazy though is that it's supposedly like 20-ish pesos per dollar, but if you go to the ATM to get cash, they give us like 17 and a half to 17.
Oh, dude, Mexico is the biggest fucker when it comes to currency exchange in the universe. No matter what, like, because they'll tell you this, yeah, that's the price of the dollar peso, but on the street is, and that's what they use on the street. Like the fucking streets have a different exchange met. Like I don't understand.
That's crazy.
But it has to do with the availability of dollars within the system. So a lot of people, what they do is they'll just accept dollars, but they'll accept them at a way lower rate, so they can make up like a 20% on their bullshit exchange that they just made you. So if you go buy waters right now to the store and you tell them, I want to pay you with dollars, they'll take it, but they'll take it at 17.
That's retarded.
Like the spot premium in Mexico.
But there's enough gringos that pay for it, son. So
100%.
yeah,
That's true. It's true. Yeah, and that's why I like using when I travel, get my Apple Card or a nice credit card. Then
100%.
the version's a little better through the
100%
debit card.
Yep.
Now 2 days about to close over the 78.6%. That should get a very significant move, especially when volatility is supporting it. Daily is about to close over the top 38.2%, where let's see, volatility is only at 46% and starting to curve upwards with momentum curving up. So that should on the daily get us towards that 78.6 to 88.3, and that would also point us towards that 20 and a half pesos per dollar. Let's check the RSI. This is like my trip to Italy back in 2022. Whenever the euro went under a dollar.
Degrees. That was great.
You know what? I should have known the bottom of that pair was done, because I got literally friends that called me when the euro was under $1, and they were like, "Hey, I'm planning on going to Europe right now. Should I buy euros or later? Should I buy euros right now because I want to go later in the year, or should I just wait?" When they all told me, I was like, I think you should buy now, because what if they don't get any cheaper? But if they get cheaper and you go, then fuck it, like whatever. And it was just so many of them asking, and that was literally the bottom.
It seems so obvious in hindsight now. Like
I know
that. Oh my god!
I know.
Yeah, people started making memes about the euro going to zero.
Yeah, that's when you know. I mean, anything when it's extremes and people is making fun of it, that's when you buy it. Like that's why Ethereum to me is calling my name.
It was just so obvious. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh well, at least we went to Europe.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I'm getting the same vibe from Ethereum. There's so many people going like, "Ha! Ethereum is now going to zero." And again, I have nothing for or against Ethereum. I don't give a fuck. But I just think that when everyone says that, or whenever they have like a narrative of NFTs are dead, that's when you buy NFTs. They might not go up crazy, but they go up. It's always the same shit.
So the monthly on USD MXN currently does have a confirmed drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. We've already hit all of the easy targets hitting the bullish control zone. Right now, we only have one more left, which is the bullish critical zone. Maybe we can possibly hit it because the jewel is still pointed upwards, but we're nearing extreme levels on volatility on both the VMP. We're getting extreme volatility, and the BBWP is giving us extreme volatility as well. We're at 90%, 90.5%. So our bullish critical zone target, if we can hit it, would be, which I don't think is going to happen.
It's
this
like
time
22,
around.
right?
Yeah, 22.82 pesos per dollar. I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's more likely is that we consolidate somewhere around here while volatility drops, and then our HPDR levels, momentum and volatility drop as well. And then from there, we can probably hit, we'll have enough to hit those upper targets of like 22 to 24, but I don't think it's going to happen this go around. Weekly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, which has brought us back into the bullish control zone. Right now, our bullish critical zone sits at 23.65, but because volatility is so high, I don't think that's very likely to happen. 5-day also has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, but has the same volatility setup. 3-day has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. 1, 2, 3, 4 drives. Currently, it had a rejection of the bullish control zone, so our next target would be to hit the bullish control zone again, which right now is at 20.62, and that would line up with that medium-term target of that 20.5 pesos per dollar. Then it would break back into the bullish control zone, and I would expect some type of consolidation right there within the bullish control zone. Volatility setup kind of does support that at the moment because volatility is expanding. It's only at 48%, so we could get to that 20.5, 20.6 area into the bullish control zone, then start consolidating there to bring down our volatility on the higher time frames. 2-day has confirmed hidden bullish divergence and getting volatility expansion. It's at 54%. So we could go up another 40% in volatility, which would coincide with going upwards to that 20.5 area. Daily volatility is starting to expand, but there's no divergences.
So divergences, continuations is in longer time frames, right? The longer the time frame, the more there is.
Yeah. So all of our higher time frames right now are giving several drives of bullish divergence, and the lower time frames are leading to getting a slight bit of a move up before consolidation to reset our momentum indicators. And then from there, I would expect the higher time frames to take over, and this US dollar Mexican peso pair to continue upwards to somewhere around 22.5 to 24 pesos per dollar.
Yes, sir. Same shit right here. Same shizzle. Let me see what else we got here. All right. Nothing on the chat here in Elite, but let's go on the regular chat and see. Palantir.
Palantir. I wonder if this is still an up only move.
I think so. And I don't think it's going anywhere soon. So. Vale, pues, estamos viendo al peso mexicano contra el dólar. Quiero que sepan una cosa. El peso mexicano ha tenido, obviamente, una gran revalorización desde el 2020, donde se fue hasta los 25 pesos por dólar por un momento bastante breve. Y de ahí bajamos a los extremos en el 16.4. Y de ahí hemos estado creando estructura, creando mínimo, mínimo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto y continuando. Y también creando alto más alto, alto más alto, alto más alto, alto más alto. Estamos intentando romper este alto más alto ahorita, que está justamente en los 20.22. De acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo, indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, en temporalidades altas, semanal, mensual, cuarto, lo que estamos viendo es que el peso el dólar tiene muchísima fuerza contra el peso y este movimiento a la alza va a continuar. Simplemente en todas las temporalidades estamos viendo que el movimiento está muy extendido. Pueden ver que ¿cómo se llama? En nuestra tabla trimestral estamos por encima de la 9 y del 21 y que el 9 está a punto de cruzar el 21 y eso nos indica bastante fuerza, sobre todo cuando el precio se está quedando acá. Esto tiene 2 meses y 4 días para cerrar, lo que hará que en bastante tiempo se muevan las bandas. En la mensual también tenemos ya por fin el 9 por encima del 21, lo que nos indica fuerza y ahora van a ir a hacer un cruce plateado a la alza. La última vez que en la mensual tuvimos un cruce plateado a la alza fue literalmente acá. ¿Y se dio ahí o no? Deme un segundito, vamos a ver, vamos a analizarlo de cerca. Sí, acá, literalmente. Y si solamente vamos a medir este movimiento de esta vela para arriba, estás hablando de un 43%. Si lo quieres medir hasta la parte de hasta arriba, donde se perdió el cruce, sería una absoluta locura ese movimiento. O sea, estás hablando del 2008, fue la última vez que se dio este tipo de movimiento donde probablemente se vaya a dar este cruce plateado una vez más. De nuevo, todavía no se ha dado, pero estamos diciendo que es muy probable que venga, sobre todo cuando estamos viendo temporalidades como la semanal, etcétera. Lo que nos dice es, tiene demasiada fuerza el precio, aquí ya tienes un cruce plateado, el retesteo siempre es la oportunidad de compras cuando llegas y tocas la 9, que es esta línea azul, y vas para arriba. ¿Qué esperamos del peso en este momento contra el dólar? Esperamos literalmente esto. Consolidación, estamos en 20.01, consolidación para poder romper acá la zona de los 20.13. De los 20.13 nos vamos a ir a los 20.50, 20.60 y de ahí nuestro siguiente objetivo serán los $22. Este movimiento va a tomar tiempo, pero se va a dar. Y nuestro objetivo más alto hasta el momento son por ahí de los 24. Pero de nuevo, el siguiente es 20.13, de ahí 25 y de ahí 20, una vez que rompes los 26 para arriba esta línea acá, te vas muy probablemente a ver los 22 rápido. Pero por ahora aquí lo tienen, el dólar está bastante fuerte en contra del peso, dándole una absoluta paleada en todas las temporalidades y sobre todo con volatilidad y momentum indicándonos que va a haber continuación de estos movimientos. Así que persínense si ganan en pesos y gastan en dólares, ¿no? Espero que nadie tenga ese problema. All righty. What do we got here? Ethereum? Oh, although Ethereum sounded interesting. You're muted, Alex. Sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, so I mean, I don't have too much to report on this. It's possibly breaking the bull flag now. I do think it can easily break this high, especially when I'm viewing the HPDR on the daily. For me, you know, we definitely could hit the 80%, which is right at $65.93, which would break the high. But then for me, I do feel like we could easily consolidate or get a little pullback. You know, just considering where we're at and kind of where volatility is at on the higher time frames. When we're viewing like the weekly, we see volatility is pretty much at extremes now. So, you know, making the high and then coming down, possibly, you know, to, you know, maybe back down to $39 to $42 wouldn't surprise me. You know, it's kind of at the point now where, you know, if you didn't catch the breakout and you're not long, you should just be watching for, you know, potentially a higher low somewhere. You know, and I would take it on very high time frame, in my opinion. You know, it's always tricky with these charts because, you know, when you have FOMO, you have a lot of emotion. You're like, oh, what if? But, you know, in my opinion, with this, there's not a lot of data with it. You know, it's only like a 2-year-old company or listed since it was listed at least. So, you know, there's not much data behind it. So with me, I would be watching for at least maybe this wick high rejection over time to get tested at 116. But I don't really have much data supporting that. That's why the HBDR, something Crown offers, is something nice, because, you know, when we're kind of in the abyss in the chart, where we don't have a lot of data, you know, we at least have this. And, you know, even the monthly's breaking above the 80%. So I'm curious to see if it closes back above that and then seeing where these ranges move up or down. Because we do see, you know, going all the way to the 95% would take us to 204. But, you know, I'm suspecting these could easily move, especially since this is closing in 3 days. So that's kind of what I'd be gauging on. You know, the daily basically has been riding the 9 since it broke back above it. And so the little hopium I do have is essentially we, you know, might pop back into this range, but potentially, and then I'd be eyeing that 156.45 to be support. If we don't, then we have to look at that daily 21. It's very simple. And this is where like the EMAs come in handy, in my opinion, because, you know, when you're at this point, you know, you at least can see, you know, where the ranges can at least develop. Like when we essentially lost the 9 here, we got some bounce to the 21. But then, right, when we lost the 21, we went to the 34. And then we slightly bottomed there and then went up. So for me now, it's, you know, good to see that the daily 9 supporting the bottom of this channel I have. But for me, it looks like, you know, the bull flag is potentially breaking above now. It even retested it, got above. And so I do think that this could make a new all-time high, within today, if not tomorrow. But then I'd be definitely looking for a pullback for sure, especially as what we know with all the higher time frame volatility is basically approaching or at extremes, like the weekly is approaching it. Obviously, it can go up slightly more, which is why I do think this can go up a little bit higher. But in the weeklies like this and slightly coming down, at least consolidation should be expected if we do make a new high. I can't say it can't go up only because it literally has just been going up only. But when we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candle sessions of green, expecting one wouldn't surprise me. And then even going back down, possibly to test, maybe if we get a deeper pullback to that weekly 9, again, could act as an opportunity because we really haven't tested it since it broke back above. Here, we basically held it, broke up, and then we haven't tested it in a very long time. And so we do get any major pullback, I'll be viewing that essentially as kind of the first point. If that doesn't hold, then I'm viewing that, like I said, wick high rejection to come into play. But one level at a time. From there to there, would be a big drop. So that's why I do think it's smarter to play higher time frames, view the daily, watch the 9. If it's been respected this whole time, then that is something we should keep expecting. If we start losing that, then I'm watching the next spot to be the 21. And then losing the 34 to me is the last hope before we end up testing that 116. That's kind of all I have with this chart, though. Like I said, not dealing with a lot, but it is bullish and it looks good. I'm curious to see real quick how the quarterly is looking. Yeah, the quarterly is looking great. So, with the amount of data we do have, the quarterly is looking good. I'd just be watching if we get any kind of deep pullback on this chart, that 116 zone. I think that 116 zone could be, a major spot for at least, like I said, a higher low. Because this isn't an uptrend. It's very strong. It's making new all-time highs. It easily could make a new all-time high just based on how the daily is looking. But with the weekly at extremes, this creeping up, 2-week, monthly approaching extremes, it's definitely wiser to be more cautious here. So that's kind of all I have with Apple up, and I don't even know what they do. Package software, apparently. Are you both muted? I think you both are muted. That's a first.
Yeah.
Wow. Fucking brilliant. Brilliant. Fucking damn it. So it's Monday. It's Monday. That's why.
There you go. Yeah.
I would never fuck up otherwise. Everybody knows that. I
Yeah.
do.
Me too.
Ross, ROSS.
The cluster?
I think so.
I don't think it's listed. Ross.
Is it not? It should.
No, there's roast, but no, there's nothing.
No. Okay.
Listed for Ross.
1 second. So, not gas. Vale. Alrighty. Y también, por cierto, a todos ustedes, si quieren, me habían preguntado tanto tiempo, aquí se los pongo enfrente a todos ustedes. Dense una vuelta a Elite Trading Academy .us, es .us, acuérdense. Y para todos los que preguntaban del curso, el curso lo tenemos aquí abajo, le pican a comprar curso. Tengo que arreglar todo esto porque no es muy intuitivo, de acuerdo a lo que acabamos haciendo. Fue diferente al setup que originalmente, pero quieren el curso, está aquí en inglés, va a estar aquí en español mañana, si no es que pasado, por el mismo precio, básicamente, cuesta $24. Ahí está, para que no haya excusa, que todo el mundo pueda entrar, nadie se va a hacer rico con el curso, solamente queremos que la gran mayoría de ustedes sepan lo que están escuchando, y una vez que hayan tenido ese curso que va de 0 a trader, van a saber todo lo que tienen que hacer y poder escuchar todo lo que estemos diciendo y cualquier persona que haga trading diciendo, y van a poder entenderlo absolutamente todo. Y para todos ustedes que ya se registraron ahí en el Trading Academy, pongan preguntas en el chat, los ponemos adelante del chat. Estoy poniendo ya ahorita preguntas del canal de YouTube, pero si quieren colarse en la fila, tírenlas por ahí en el chat y lo hacemos. Y ahora, sin más ni más, vámonos de vuelta a los gráficos, como de que no, caramba, como de que no, tío Salo. Estamos viendo App. App es App Loving Corporation, que muy cagado, el Mac Loving Corporation. Ok, En app, vamos a empezar por la trimestral para que tengan una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Esto es algo que está rompiendo altos históricos todo el tiempo. Salió en abril del 2021, no lleva tanto tiempo. Ya han visto, salió, llegó hasta 117, cayó hasta $9 y ahorita hay gente que se forró comprando esto en $9 y está cotizando en 164. Ha tenido 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meses, 7 cuartos a la alza y tuvo un doji, que es una vela de indecisión. Este es el doji más perfecto que he visto en mi vida. Es una cruz, literalmente. Eh, no te pone, te dice que no hay decisión. ¿Me entiendes? Está en 50%. No, 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 no. Is this the craziest doji you've ever seen in your life? It's a quarterly. It's straight up like a perfect cross. Sorry,
I
you're
forgot.
muted, Alex.
I was muted.
Oh yeah, same. That must have been fun to trade. Longs and shorts got smoked.
And by the way, everyone who bought this, they bought it at $8, $9, and it's at 166.
Holy shit! It's like
Yeah,
crypto gains.
Yeah, mega, fucking mega.
Yeah, this thing does just go up only. It's funny. Like,
yeah,
it won't always be like that, but it has been. It's just funny.
Crazy.
Natural. I just got a notification. Natural gas futures extend losses down 10%.
Oh wow, nat gas is going down hard. Oh yeah. Holy shit. All right, I'll get to it in a second. I'm sorry. I'll do this one. Estamos viendo entonces App Lobbying en la trimestral. ¿Qué cantidad, qué subidón, gongo ha tenido esta madre? Potente, potente, potente. Lo ponemos el promedio de la 9, ha aniquilado el promedio de la 9 una vez que lo subió y ha tenido un mega pompazo. Pero cuando, es más, ¿saben qué? Pueden ver acá que está sobreextendido, tiene 2 cuartos en volatilidad en extremos al 100%, lo que esto nos dice que ese movimiento está probablemente cansado, agotado. Aunque recuerden que la volatilidad, como el mercado, se puede mantener en extremos e irracional por más tiempo del que pensamos, para que no crean que esto es con seguridad que ya se acabó el movimiento. Cuando lo ponemos también en la mensual, pueden ver, vean toda la volatilidad que tuvo en extremos acá en la caída y ahora una vez más vamos para arriba, pero estamos en 85%, lo que nos podría dar todavía un poco de más de movimiento a la alza. Perdón, hay un animal comiéndose mi ventana. Es un cuervo, ok. Estamos en volatilidad casi en extremos, estamos en 85% en la mensual, lo que nos está diciendo que este movimiento está casi acabado, si no es que está acabado, pero podría dar más. En la semanal podemos ver una vez más volatilidad en extremos y está empezando a revertir a la baja, en lo que el precio está aquí luchando por poder sobrevivir la montada. Aquí creamos un canal pequeño entre ese máximo y esta zona, lo van a poder ver mejor en la diaria, pero lo que creemos es que muy probablemente esto pueda romper. Yo pondría justamente, bueno, la puse, pondría mi línea justamente acá en 165.38. Rompes a la alza y tienes confirmaciones. Recuerden que confirmaciones son cierres. Ponte tú, ¿cuál sería mi confirmación de este breakout? Un cierre arriba de la línea, 2 cierres arriba de la línea. Hasta acá ya tengo mi confirmación. Esta además es extra y esa confirmación me hubiera servido para decirme que va a subir. Entonces, es lo que estamos esperando en este momento, probablemente confirmación a que esto pueda subir un poco más. No sabemos qué tanto pueda subir, estamos en una zona completamente de descubrimiento de precio, pero creemos que puede subir un poco más antes de caer. Cualquier oportunidad sería cada que el precio llegue a la 9, lo han visto acá. Por lo que creemos que esta oportunidad va a extenderse al 158 porque va a cerrar aquí arriba en 3 horas 58 minutos la diaria y eso quiere decir que todo va a subir más, pero así es como lo acomodamos para saber. Aquí arriba somos alcistas, aquí abajo a buscar nuevos bajos. Ahí lo tienen. All right. Alex is going to show. Who's going to show what?
Wasn't Palantir next?
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Palantir. Sorry. Fucking losing my mind over here.
Yeah, and like I thought, it's still going up only.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Palantir doesn't fuck around, son.
Peter Thiel means business. Now, HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up on the monthly, and it's maintaining the bullish control zone while volatility is flipping up to support it. At 71%, we can still get 20 to 25% more of a move on volatility before it stopped out. And that would coincide with us going up towards this 88.3% to 95%. And right now, that sits at somewhere between $55.50 all the way up to $59.53, which is still quite a decent sized move from here, more than 20%. That would be around 23.5% upwards to 33% up from here.
Well, it's going to break out its all-time high right now. That's literally what it's fighting. That's the resistance where it's at the price right now. So once it breaks out, I'm assuming it's going to be a tremendous move towards the upside.
$45, basically, exactly $45. So we get a close over $45, and that would support our move to that 88% to 88.3% to 95%. And since that is a break over of all-time highs, I didn't consider that. Probably we might even go to the 100%, which right now is at $71.11. You have enough data? But what makes me think that we probably won't do that though is that the quarterly 100% sits at $48.96. So it's very unlikely to go that much beyond the quarterly 100%. So that makes me think the top might be that 95%, which is current, or at least the short-term top, which is currently at $59.49. 5-day as well as at that meme line from the current all-time highs, and it's about to close over the 61.8%. 5-day volatility is pointed down, though, while momentum is starting to point down, which gives us more of a probability of putting it at the very least a local top before we and consolidate before we continue. And but on the 5-day, we're not nearly at the extreme levels on the HPDR as we are on the monthly and the quarterly. We're only over the 61.8%. Which we could, if we get a close over that, then it would be probable to go towards the 78.6 at 48.95. 2 days about to close over this 38.2%, where volatility is going sideways, momentum is about to flip back up. That would give us a target of the 61.8%, which right now is at 47.65. And the daily just closed over the blue 38.2%, and we're getting a second close or second move where we back tested this previous daily open. We're getting a bounce from there, and we're at the 50% currently, whereas volatility is firstly starting to flip back up and momentum is starting to flip back up. So we should probably be able to test the 78.6%, which is at $47 and like $47.64. Which I believe is the same number as we had on the 2-day.
God damn.
So all around the board, it's looking extremely bullish. The higher time frames point towards more upside, especially if we get a close over these current all-time highs. And in the lower time frames, all of the ranges have moved up, and momentum is pointed towards the upside. It looks like we're probably going to continue upwards on the lower time frames as well. Now let's switch to the RSI.
Why is energy crashing if we're getting into more wars?
That's what I'm saying.
I guess they all expect Trump to win.
That's
because
what
Saudi Arabia pumps more when Trump's president.
Because U.S. oil is like looking the same way it looked in 2019 before it went to zero. And so I'm like, why would oil look like that? And why is it giving the same setup? Maybe it's just front running Trump's election. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough of that to know, so I have no idea.
And nat gas going down while the dollar is going up. Like something is fucked.
Daily volatility went all the way down to 0% and is expanding again. The same setup as we had over here, where we started expanding from $36.30 and we went all the way up to $44.38. We're in the exact same setup. That was a move of, let's measure it out, about like 22 to 23%. So if you were to measure 20% from here,
That was a Hamas move right there.
yep, an explosive move, if you will. Somewhere around $54 roughly, if that same type of move were to play out. That's the setup that we're getting right now. So on the low time frame, it's looking like we're about to get an expansion just towards the upside. And the highest time frames, like the monthly and the quarterly, are looking like we should get a local top pretty soon, and then some consolidation before we can and have the ranges move up, have the momentum and volatility reset, and then from there we can expect continuation after closing over current all-time highs.
Very, very motherfucking nice, sir. Thank you so much for that. I got new ones. Hang on a second. Meta,
Zuckerberg, Zuck the cuck.
the Zaki cock. What a great guy. By the way, have you noticed how great of a transformation he's had out of nowhere and not totally planned and studied and went to fucking speech classes? I called that so fucking long ago that the dude was going to speech classes on the second podcast that he did with Lex Friedman. I was like, this dude is learning how to speak like a human. And he's
taking human classes.
Imagine being born a human and then not learning how to become a human until you're 35. Like, that's what he's going through right now. It's incredible that he's my age and he's got $220 billion. That makes me...
How old is he?
He's 39.
Is he?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm a disgrace. I
thought he was younger, to be honest.
No. Come the fuck down, okay? Come the fuck down, Farhan. I'm not that old. All right. Vale, pues estamos viendo Palantir, la empresa de Peter Thiel. El señor, cuando no está creando una nueva crisis bancaria, está ocupado haciendo dinero con Palantir. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Por supuesto que sí. Pueden ver exactamente dónde está Palantir y lo importante del nivel en donde estamos en este momento. Venimos a tocar el máximo histórico y justamente ahorita nuestra vela trimestral se está peleando con él, estando muy por encima del promedio de las 9 que se encuentra en los 26.70, pero tenemos volatilidad en extremos. De nuevo, la volatilidad se puede quedar en extremos por muchos periodos. No crean que esto quiere decir que es el final del movimiento. Cuando vamos a la vela mensual, a velas mensuales, podemos ver que la volatilidad tiene también más camino para llegar al 100%. Eso nos indica que probablemente vaya a haber más camino a la alza y continúa igualmente bastante saludablemente por arriba de la 9 y el 9 encima del 21, lo que nos indica fuerza. Cuando nos acercamos un poco más y estamos viendo la semanal, aquí es donde se pone ya interesante la cosa, podemos ver que la volatilidad todavía tiene camino para recorrer hacia arriba en lo que el movimiento está dándose y eso nos dice que probablemente el movimiento vaya a continuar. Y yo creo que esta es una de las cosas más fáciles de ver de todas las acciones que hay. Voy rápido a la diaria para que puedan ver en la diaria lo que pasó. Tenemos ahora volatilidad súper muteada, empieza a subir. En cuanto llegue al 15%, que va a ser justamente esta zona, la volatilidad va a despegar junto con el movimiento que se está dando. Y la última vez que nos dio ese setup fue justamente acá. Y ese fue otro setup explosivo como los setups de Hamas. Y eso nos dio una subida de hasta acá. Bueno, no, en realidad hasta acá, de 20%. Si fuéramos a tener otra de estas subidas estilo Hamas, nos iríamos hasta los $54. Por ahora, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los $47, que es lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas en Hamas, iba a decir, en Palantir, es tener este cierre tal cual donde está. Nuestra línea meme está en 44.97, buscamos que el precio cierre acá en los 44.98 para mí, para que me dé confirmación de que esto va a subir, yo diría que el 4507, tener 2 cierres diarios encima de ello, va a darte la continuación que estás buscando en este movimiento. Palantir, qué fuerza tiene, $45. Felicidades a todos los que se metieron abajo. Un saludote a mi cuate Yasser, que lo logró. Él compró el puto fondo de esto y no lo ha vendido porque ni le interesan sus acciones. Así que qué envidia ser ese cabrón. All righty, what do we got here? Nat gas.
Yeah, natural gas energy a whole looks like it's going to put in a massive move. Natural gas on volatility is not giving me anything like I'm getting on U.S. oil, but just price structure alone, I mean, we were in the midst of potentially putting in a higher low here, confirmed with a higher high. We rejected the weekly EMA 100, a massive area for this chart since we basically lost it in December of 2022. We've been nicely under it, and anytime we've rallied to it, it's either been front ran and rejected or just full on rejected, like here. And then this got front ran, and then we tested it here. We put it in a nasty shooting star basically to follow through down. We did get a nice bounce from that $2.16, $2.17 level. The issue is now we're rolling over, and this weekly's closing in 4 days, so there's time. But when we're getting a monthly closing in 3 days, what I see here is we should have been very alert to the fact that just like on the weekly, the monthly actually solidly keeps rejecting that 21. So we're rejected it now, and I'm watching very closely to see if we lose that monthly 9. If we end up losing the monthly 9, to me it opens up the probabilities of this actual range breaking down. And it's never a good sign to see us going under it this much and then even tapping the mean line again. Bulls are going to be looking at this as like a very fast retest. They want to see this get back, actually get bought up and back above the EMA now on the monthly before it closes. If it loses it probably will be, in my opinion, the beginnings of a major breakdown potentially. And that's just simply also based on, I'm unsure if US oil falls the same way as natural gas, but that's just basically what we saw here right around 2019 when like US oil took a major dump. This $2.17, $2.16, a pretty big level for natural gas. And if we end up losing it, we definitely have a nice easy move to 163, which would be a pretty brutal dump from there. All the way down would be nice, almost 25% move, 24% exactly. So, it's something I'm watching closely with energy because there could be a lot of short triggers and nice short setups, kind of brewing in the background with energy. But for me now, we just kind of want to see where this closes on the daily. We did get a dump. It's engulfing now. We're now coming down. We don't want to lose that EMA 100. If we end up losing the EMA 100, I'm going to look at possibly an open to retesting that, and it rejects, and then all eyes on the, assuming we don't just come down to it today, all eyes on the reaction here at that SMA 200, which is nicely lining up with that major level, that we basically were at before we bigly dumped back in 2019, 2020. And the reason I'm all eyes on that basically time frame is because if we go to the 2 week real quick, and I go back to US oil, back then we basically got the same volatility set up right around here when oil literally dumped and went to 100% down. So I just find that interesting. I'm unsure, the correlation is the same, but I just click buttons for a living, and that's kind of all I see. Oil looks like it's in the midst of a breakdown. The 2 week looks nasty, and it looks like this is just a massive bearish retest on the 2 week. And the only thing not causing this to break down now, in my opinion, is that daily SMA 200, which again corresponds to that massive meme line right at 217, $2.16 and 8, like right here, almost $2.17. And if we do, we're probably going to test the bottom of the channel at $2. Nice psychological level. Your confirmation of this breakdown is actually breaking this low here that was formed on August 28th, right at $1.85. If we end up even wicking below there, what that'll do is if we view this on a monthly and we put Crown's trend catalyst here, just easily identifies the trend visually. We could have possibly flipped it on that higher low. We are rolling over now. We need to break that last basically lower high that was put in. This is looking like a lower high now, and if we end up breaking that 185, 186 level, it's going to confirm the lower low. and then all eyes on that 163. Because if we end up losing that, let's see if we're getting anything with the HBDR. We end up losing that, we easily, which would be the blue zone too, right at the bottom of that $2. This is at 208, and I find that interesting. Then 163 right at that monthly median. But if we don't hold that, then we're probably going to go back down to that 50% at 139, which would be a macro lower low. Especially on the quarterly. So,
Wow.
So right here too, we lose that quarterly, and this is closing in 2 months, but the quarterly median is right there at that bottom of the channel, and then the 50% is again right at that 149. So again, just another macro lower low brewing on natural gas, in my opinion, and so that is just something to be aware of. And I don't know why it's looking so bad, but this chart it was a very easy short. You had the quarterly EMA 9 right at basically the top of this channel. If you weren't even viewing this channel, you would have mentally noted that. You would have mentally noted the weekly EMA 100 and then also the monthly 21. So you had all those points of confluence of resistance. It's no surprise to me that natural gas, my apologies, is dumping. And now it just matters on if this monthly is going to hold this 9. If it doesn't, it probably will be the beginnings of a big breakdown. And then the hopium is that maybe we go in and come back down, maybe grind out something here, pop back up, but we easily could roll over. And at that point, this is probably invalidated. So, it's not good that we're getting volatility kind of at the end of this channel. This is a pretty big channel we've been in, and it just, again, gives me confidence, especially with, I think, what was it, XLE or something Farhan mentioned. To me, the chart, across the board, energy is looking like what I've been saying. I'm bearish on energy, and I think U.S. oil is going to give a nice short setup soon, and potentially even natural gas. Now I've been looking at it, so I'm watching very closely. Again, to me, once that monthly closes and we lose the 9, that probably proceeds into the daily, losing the SMA 200, and then all eyes on $2. Lose that, we want to basically get a retest of either if we end up losing and going down, then we want to either retest the SMA 200 and reject there, and then retest the channel and reject, or we just dump through it, come through, and then reject there, and then come down, leaving that SMA 200 untested. Those are the only really 2 scenarios I see, assuming the monthly does and lose the 9. This is kind of the area though where bulls want to step in. We want to see a bounce here, and we want this to kind of leave with a wick body, at least reclaiming the 9, consolidating, giving us another chance to test this $2.65. But as long as it's closing like this and the dailies looking, even the 2 days looking as bad as it is, losing now the 2-day SMA 200, fully deviating the EMA 100, you really have to be on the side of caution that this could just be a very shallow lower high in the making. So that's all I really have with natural gas. Like I said, I'm not really getting any setup on BBWP, but if I go to my indicators here and I put in the volatility, this is a little more accurate. What I like about the weekly, I think it was, what I like about the weekly here, we see BBWP reject the 50%. Farhan mentioned that this is a little more accurate. What I like is that it's testing that 50% here. And so to me, if it starts flipping up and expanding from here, again, this could just add more confluence. The fact that this could break down. If you don't like these, you could view the Bollinger Bands, and you could also see that they're pinching. And that also would be a nice metric for you that, well, it's nice that it's pinching right where it needs to, kind of right where that EMA 100 is, that mean line, and this diagonal here. But also we're seeing that if it starts pinching here, then we'll get more confluence that we start breaking this channel and actually breaking that 285, 286 low, and this starts expanding. Then this on top of that, on top of everything we saw with macro resistance, is just, again, telling me that, this could easily break down. So that's all I have with natural gas. Not looking good. Bulls really should have stepped in and formed a higher high. They failed to. Now we're rolling over. We easily can get a bounce here. It all will hinge on 2 things. The monthly, like I said, closing above the 9, and the daily just holding that SMA 200. But the fact that the 2 days already lost it and full on deviating it, it'll hinge on today's closure, could just bleed into everything else. So, something to watch for a bearish retest on the monthly 9 if we get it. And then, confirmation of that daily SMA 200.
Perfecto. Motherfucking, it's hard for me to understand this. Near.
Cool.
Por favor.
Oh, I gave out a setup for that on Discord.
Did you?
So hang on. So that's why that person is asking. I saw, because that was like straight up from our website.
Oh, nice.
So most likely this will be to, hopefully you nailed it, Farhan, and people will be really happy, or they'll be really worried.
Second best.
Ok, estamos viendo el gas natural. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Por supuesto que sí. Lo estamos viendo en la diaria. Déjenme simplemente, voy a la trimestral rápidamente para que puedan verlo todavía mejor. Esto, en la trimestral pueden ver lo que ha sido el movimiento del gas natural desde que empezó a cotizar en el 2015 en esta forma. Llegó a un pico de $10 y ahorita está cotizando en 2.64. Son velas trimestrales todas estas y quiero que notemos que esta vela trimestral va a cerrar en 2 meses, 4 días. Es muy importante, si esta vela llega a cerrar bajo el 1.8652, esta sería una vela envolvente bajista y eso sería demasiado duro para esto, tío. Ahora, algo importante que ver es cómo nos rechazó el promedio de las 9, como lo ha hecho 1, 2, 3. Acá ni siquiera lo llegamos 4 veces. Eso quiere decir que es bastante significante resistencia. Pero cuando lo ves en un mes, también puedes ver que el 21 está rechazando justamente en la misma zona, en los 2.7 al precio, y lo está mandando para abajo, perdiendo el promedio de las 9 en la mensual. ¿Qué les decimos siempre? Cuando perdemos el promedio de las 9 en algún asset, es muy bajista normalmente para ese bien. En la semanal vimos que nos rechazó el 100, que viene justamente junto con esta línea meme. Estamos creando un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, y si esto llega a romper esta estructura y baja de los 1.8, que también coincide con lo de la vela envolvente bajista, si llegas a tener ese tipo de breakdown acá, vas a ir a buscar nuevos mínimos, muy probablemente, no voy a decir sin lugar a dudas, pero pueden ver en la diaria, es más, debería poner la de 2 días, me gustaría ver la de 2 días, en un segundo. En la diaria yo creo que es importante ver esto. En la diaria nos rechazó literalmente todo, 21, 9, 55, 100, y aquí tenemos el promedio de las 200 en el 2.16. En el 2.16 también tenemos una línea meme muy importante que Alex dijo, es es correcto lo que dijo, que cada que perdemos el 2.69, tenemos movimientos a la baja agresivos, como lo que vimos acá, y literalmente solamente ha pasado acá. Y ese movimiento nos llevó a un casi 30% más abajo de eso, y acá también lo tuvimos. Ahora, en la de 2 días, en la de 2 días estamos generando una vela envolviente bajista. Esto cierra en 4 horas y 3. El gas natural está bajo 8.63 solamente hoy. El petróleo está bajo 5.37 hoy. No entiendo por qué la energía está tan abajo cuando Oklo, por ejemplo, la empresa de Sam Altman de energía nuclear, está en $24. ¿Se acuerdan cuando estaba en $6 o en $7? Hace 2 días está en $24 y continúa subiendo de esa forma. Pero de nuevo, esto es energía nuclear. Es muy interesante que el gas natural y el petróleo estén bajando así. Lo que yo diría, y los niveles que tienen que ver son los siguientes. Más sencillo de lo que pensamos. ¿Eres alcista en gas natural? ¿Quieres ver que esto sea un rebote a la alza y poder barrer estos altos en el 2.5? Si puedes hacer eso, bien, probablemente vayas a buscar estos altos y eso te dé esperanzas a que vaya a subir. Pero todo nos pinta que va a haber continuación en este tipo de movimiento y lo que vamos a ver es esto, probablemente un retesteo y para abajo. Entonces, para nosotros es importante no perder esta línea en los 2.16. Si pierdes los 2.16, tu siguiente nivel a no perder son los 1.85. Si pierdes el 1.85, vas a nuevos mínimos. Punto. Así de fácil. Punte. Alrighty. I'm basically done screaming at the screen. What are we doing now?
Meta.
Meta. What a gent, that young Jew. What a great guy he is.
Let me share my screen.
Always pro free speech.
I just gave out while you were translating, a shitcoin long setup on Discord on the 8-hour.
All right, vayan al Discord. Acaba de poner un long de un shitcoin Farhan para todos ustedes. Vayan al Discord. Discord alert. Discord alert. Discord alert. Vayan de una vez. Meta.
Do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm creating the beautiful banner, the ticker. Look at this, huh? How professional your shit looks.
Beautiful.
Incredible.
The most beautiful ticker I've ever seen.
It is one of the most beautiful tickers I've ever seen.
I've seen a lot of tickers.
Not as good as this one, though.
So we closed the monthly on Meta over the median on the HPDR, and now we're back testing the median and finding support there. As long as we keep doing that, statistically, we're to hit this top 38.2% to the 50%. And right now, that number is anywhere between $631 and $650, basically. And that is still a pretty nice move from where we are right now. That's somewhere around like 10 to 11% where we are right now. And on a company like Meta, 10 to 11% is pretty massive. That would be like $150 billion.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Not
pretty
bad.
good.
Mark Zuckerberg needs more money. I'm pretty sure about that. I think he's bunker. Needs a little bit extra protection.
Ever since he started his Elon Musk impression, Buddy's net worth went through the roof.
Yeah, it really has worked out really well. Who's laughing now? Him in a non-human form.
He's like, so the humans like this, huh? Switching algorithm.
Hey, look at me. I'm Mark Zuckerberg. I'm a great guy.
On the monthly, momentum is starting to flip back up from the reset zone. First, it was at extremes on this move up from around December of 2022 all the way up to where it is now. Momentum hit very extreme levels, which is very interesting to see. As momentum was resetting, we basically still continue to go up. That's crazy. And now momentum and volatility have completely reset, and we can get another one of these moves that we got from like just below $100 all the way up to current all-time highs. That could very easily put us up towards somewhere around $1,000 if we do the same type of move as we did last time. Because we went above the 90%, just around the 95% on the HPDR bands. That puts us currently just about $1,000.
What was the trigger for that move?
It was the silver cross on the monthly.
Oh, that was a real Hamas setup on that.
Very explosive.
Cross. Very explosive to the upside.
And then the thing that actually made it started going vertical is when we closed over the blue 38.2% zone. We haven't quite done that yet, but if we close over, if we go to this 50%, which statistically we probably will right now, and we close there, that would be over this 38.2%, and that would very likely take us to $1,000.
Well, holy fuck,
$1,000. Zuckerberg would probably be worth like $400 billion.
Oh yeah, and he'll be coming out with cooler glasses and a new clothing line. You know, stuff he does. You know that he's going to do a clothing line, right?
Oh yeah, he said he wanted to.
Yeah, not a lot of people believe me when I tell them that. They're like, "What? No, yes, he is coming out with his clothing line."
I wish I could wear those Meta glasses, but I can't because I have to wear prescription glasses.
You can do prescription glasses.
Can you?
Yeah.
Do you have to give them your prescription and then they make them for you?
Yeah, you're doing it through Ray-Ban.
I see. On the weekly, we have several closes above this blue 38.2%. Now we have a back test of it. Is the while momentum resets and volatility resets. So as long as we're closing over this top 38.2%, it's $573.39. Probabilities are we consolidate around this point while both of the oscillators reset, and then we can continue towards the 88.3, which is at 659. But if we lose 573, then probabilities are coming down to the median, which is currently at 546.87. The 2-day is getting a little bit of a bounce after closing below the 38.2%. But as of right now, we're rejecting the bottom, which is at $584.35. If we continue to reject, then we're likely to make another current low on this move. Build this low at 561. So we're probably going to come down somewhere around the 78.6, which is 547.45. That's if we continue to reject this area. Daily is currently testing the median twice, and both times it rejected, which makes the probabilities of going down towards this 38.2, but more likely the 50%, which is currently at $563.11. But since that's going to be right around this current wick low, this hammerhead, I think a lot of people are going to have their stop losses at this area who think they caught the low. And that'll probably make this drop a little bit lower towards this green 55 EMA at like 550, 552.83. Let's check the other side. Interesting. On the quarterly RSI, there is, if you guys see it here, there's that shoulder, the head, possibly a second shoulder. That would line up with us testing the edge of the bullish control zone.
Bullish.
Which right now is at $522.71. That's not that far away from price.
522?
Yeah, $522.71. That would it seems not so unlikely considering the volatility is at 100%, and we're kind of putting in a top B candle on the quarterly right now. Sure, we do have 2 months and 4 days to go before it's confirmed, but if it closes anything like this, then we're very likely going to get a correction off of this, and that would be towards the edge of that bullish control zone, make our right shoulder flip up from there, and then we would get a move towards our bullish critical zone. And our critical zone is a very interesting number, $1,029.82.
Holy ballsack, dude.
So maybe $1,000 isn't so crazy.
What is Meta doing that's so fucking incredible?
Maybe they're AI, or maybe they're, I don't know, something.
Yeah. Oh, every single time everyone goes like, what is this company doing? It's probably AI. No one knows how, but it's probably AI. I've actually said in the next 10 years, I think these type of companies are going to become so profitable because they're going to be able to fire 99% of their workers and just operate with literally Mark Zuckerberg telling the computer what to do.
Yeah.
And then imagine all those revenues and no costs. Fuck.
A lot of people are about to be unemployed, though.
Yeah, but that's not their problem. They're going to continue to enjoy their billions in their boats, and that's cool.
I wonder if at that point the government's going to have to start a universal basic income or some shit.
They will. That's why they've been testing it, right, in all these different places.
On the weekly volatility, that's pretty crazy. Volatility has been contracting while we've been moving up. We've literally been doing the meme vertical accumulation, where price is going up while volatility is going down. That's usually whenever volatility starts actually expanding, you get an even more aggressive move to the upside. Weekly right now does have confirmed bearish divergence, but it's close to being invalidated because we're getting a bounce off of the edge of the bullish control zone and moving back up. So if we get any close above $585, then it's going to put in a local bottom and it's going to invalidate that bearish divergence, which is kind of likely because this is a little bit of a bottoming candle, this doji, right off the 9 EMA. 5-day also has the same bearish divergence. If we close over, what is that, 583.33, it would invalidate that divergence. We'd make a local bottom while volatility is resetting. 2 days at literally 0% volatility. So we should be expecting a pretty considerable move from here after it reset on this correction down to the 9 EMA. We held it every single time. Daily is looking like it's about to complete its correction too with this bottoming hammerhead candle. And the jewel is about to flip back around too, and the volatility on the VMP is starting to expand. It looks like on the daily that the correction is very likely over, and it's going to continue the long-term trend towards the upside. And eventually, sounds kind of crazy, but I think it might actually go to $1,000, to be honest, on this run.
Well, holy motherfucking shit. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. How is Meta going to double in value so fast?
I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. Probably within like 2 years, two
like
or 3 years.
year and a half. Yeah. That's still pretty fucking crazy. I mean, imagine. Good for Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, Elon's going to be a trillionaire by the end of next year.
Zuck the cook. Did you hear that Elon said that they want to send starships to Mars within the next 2 years? After 2 years?
Mars? Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because in 2 years, he's going to have the window that opens up.
Yeah. So in 2 years, he's going to send ships to Mars.
I hope so.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Alex, you're doing near, right?
Yeah.
All right. Got CX for you, Farhan.
CX.
It's Cemex. All righty. Ok, vamos a ver rápidamente Meta, la empresa de Mark Zuckerberg, el único extraterrestre que todo el mundo ama. Así es, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver, esto es Meta en la trimestral. Salió a cotizar en el 2012. Un amigo mío hizo una fortuna en julio del 2013 y desde entonces se ha vuelto multibillonario. Así que bien por él. Pero ahorita no estamos aquí para juzgar ni para aplaudir a nadie de nada. Simplemente estamos aquí para notar la fuerza del precio de Meta. Impresionante, en el 2021 había llegado a tope en 384, cayó hasta $88 en medio de este bear market que tuvimos hace 2 años y desde entonces ¿qué es? 4 o 5 veces el precio. 500%, 550% desde entonces. Desde entonces, Meta ha estado en 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trimestres consecutivos positivos, verdes, y este octavo, el que estamos viviendo en este momento, todavía le quedan 2 meses y 4 días para cerrar, pero está creando un doji, la vela perfecta que parece cruz. Ok. Podemos ver que estamos por encima de todos los promedios, etcétera. De lo que estamos viendo acá, los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, es muy probablemente, porque les voy a poner rápidamente la diaria. Vean cómo la volatilidad en la diaria está una vez más reseteándose para volver a crear otro movimiento hacia la alza. Ahora, ¿qué era? ¿La de 3 días? No, la de 2 días. Un segundo. La de 2 días lo mismo, está preparando uno de esos movimientos de jamás que se están alistando. Eso quiere decir poca volatilidad para seguir empujando, expandiendo la volatilidad junto con el precio. Pero lo que hemos visto en la semanal es, ¿has visto al precio seguir subiendo en lo que la volatilidad está consolidando de lado? Esto es completamente, brutalmente alcista. En general, lo que estamos viendo en todos lados es básicamente lo mismo. Un movimiento a la alza potente. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que probablemente vaya a haber una, ¿cómo se llama? Una consolidación por acá de precio. Pueden ver el promedio de las 9 que está entrando por acá. Esta sea tu oportunidad y Meta continúe yendo a la alza. Y nuestro objetivo después de 1 año y medio, 2 años en Meta es el doble, es $1,000, más de $1,000. No sé qué esté haciendo Mark Zuckerberg, pero wow, tíos, qué potente. Y acá básicamente es sencillo. Lo único que no quieres hacer es barrer los 553, pero en mi opinión el promedio de las 9 es donde vas a encontrar un rebote a la alza. Yo, si quisiera meterme alcista en Meta, compraría cada que vengamos a tocar, a retestear el 9. Por ahora todo se ve muy bien y todo pinta alcista de madre. Me gustaría poder decir otra cosa, pero es la neta. Pinta muy, muy cabrón. And also, boys, I don't know if you've noticed while we were doing, because we can see these screens while everybody can't, but I brought my push-up things in here. It's about to go down, guys. My tits are going to be so fucking ripped. You guys won't even understand who you're talking to. I'm gonna look like fucking Johnny Bravo. I don't know if you guys know that cartoon. It's too old.
Oh yeah, I used to watch that back in the day. Buddy was the most down bad character of all time.
He was at all times. At all fucking times. They don't make cartoons like that anymore, sadly.
No.
They really
Now
don't.
that shit wouldn't fly.
Yeah, sadly. What do you got there, Alex, for us? That's near. Let me set it up on our beautiful ticker.
And by the way, the stop loss has not been hit yet. It's an 8-hour close below 4.13.
You on near?
Yeah, for the setup that I gave out.
Nice.
But it looks like it might hit.
So an 8-hour 4.13.
Yeah.
So right here. Interesting. Yeah, hasn't hit yet. Yeah, for me, near is in the process of breaking down, unfortunately. We see here, it's in a range of a range. This 2-day, I can't imagine trading this. When now I was like, wow, imagine like being a long and a shorter here. Anytime you think we're about to move, we reject. Anytime you think we're about to dump, we just like bounce. This happened for days. And so now we're breaking down. And the breakdown for me is losing that 2-day SMA 200. I'm trying to gauge these altcoins like near more on like 2 days, 5 days, because there's just less chop. And so doing so, like the 2-day for me now is rejecting that SMA 200 and has the ability to go all the way down to $3.50. Especially when volatility is now expanding from hitting 7.3%. This candle's not looking the best. And unfortunately, it's closing in 7 hours. So, this is looking like this SMA 200 is now solid resistance. It's solidly rejecting it, and it's losing that $6.29 level. Not a good sign. I at least want to see bulls step in here and reclaim this SMA 200 to at least then say, there's bullish consolidation. But, when it's doing this, breaking down, I have to then start looking lower. And for me, the next level is $3.52. I'd expect some kind of bounce there, but overall, I think near can easily go back to $3, which is kind of a big move when it's at $4.15. And I say that because, just kind of how weekly volatility is and the fact that, we still are in a solid downtrend. I guess the hopium here is that if we put on the trend catalyst here, the hopium here is essentially that this broke actually the last lower high, this high. And so right now it's ugly, but we'd kind of want to see a bounce around here. If we end up coming back down, the reason why I don't think that this level at $3.50 won't hold is just because of where that last higher low was put in. If we go all the way back down, it's going to most likely run this stop. And at that point, you have to argue if it's just going to be a typical altcoin trade where we run the stops, break the trend, and then quickly get reclaimed and go up, or if that's what's going to lead us to a bigger dump down to that $2.80 level. So we're kind of at a point where we really want to see bull step in now. The trade far and cave is logical in the 8-hour, and we are still holding that area. But with this 2-day closing, the weekly closing in 6 days, losing that EMA 100 potentially in the 2-week as well closing. I have to be really mindful of more downside, especially when the daily has a nice silver cross to the downside. And we haven't tested the 9 yet. So if we end up breaking back above this $2.30 level, I want to see the reaction around this $4.44 to $4.50. And ideally we can, if we start rejecting it after the first tap, we just end up holding, kind of like a Rivian trade. I just wanted to hold support. But as long as it's looking like this, it's looking like a solid bearish retest. Rallied up, rejected, now it's coming down. While we're getting the expansion from extreme lows here, so we just have to be really mindful of that. And if you are long, just make sure you follow FAR and stop loss metric, because I'm more in the camp that if we're not going to bounce soon, then this is going to break down. And also the fact that the monthly is possibly going to lose that 21. A pretty big spot for near with what we do have, likes to bounce from here. So again, I just kind of want to see it bounce. We don't want this low to break that was formed in September. We can make the argument that, structure is still there, but it's just looking pretty grim. We just want to see a bounce here. So that's kind of what I'm seeing with near. It's nothing crazy to me. It just looks like it's literally in the process of breaking down. It'll be confirmed on today's 2-day closure. And that's kind of all I see with near. It's not bullish to me. I'll be bullish on this chart if we can at least close a 2-day back above $4.90 and then hold it. That'll mean that we've reclaimed the EMA 100. The weekly here has popped back and reclaimed basically all moving averages if it gets back above 490. But especially reclaiming that 21, a big, like I said, bounce zone on near every time is at 21 for some reason. And then it can bleed into the monthly, actually possibly getting back above the 9 maybe next month. But yeah, as it stands though, I still think $3 is on the table for near. And if that doesn't hold, then we have this massive inefficiency here where we potentially could catch a mid-range. Maybe right here, if we go and see like somewhere like around that level, move it down to that like last rejection, lower high right there. But yeah, this chart's not good. And there's other things to play, especially like other alts we've looked at. And as long as the 2 days rejecting that SMA 200, I kind of want nothing to do with near. It's just like hanging onto a cliff. And that monthly is literally about to lose that 9, which basically puts it in bear market territory. So, alts like ETH, Solana, Bitcoin, they all can go and do well, while things like this can just keep dumping. So we'll have to see where that 8-hour closes.
All right, we'll pay close attention to that, of course. I'm glad my microphone's on because I even made the voice. 1 second. All righty. Open door.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Trying to figure this out. All right, here we go. Ahí está, tenemos near justamente aquí, que es uno de los trades que habíamos acabado de dar. Creemos que esto probablemente esté cocinado, damas y caballeros, honestamente. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo por acá? ¿Y saben qué? Aquí encontré otro buen nivel. Permítanme. Qué pendejo soy. Wow, todavía más pendejo. Ahí está. Perdón, es que uso todo me sé como los shortcuts de todo y no sé, estoy como muy pegado a usarlos. Bueno, estamos viendo near en la de 2 semanas, lo voy a poner simplemente en la mensual porque yo creo que esto es de las notas más importantes de near. Near, el precio en este momento está cotizando en 4.14, esto es una cripto. Y lo que podemos notar es que en esta vela habíamos trepado encima del promedio de las 9, cuando llegamos a los 5.5 dólares por moneda y después tuvimos un gran rechazo en esta zona, una vez más, creando lo que parece ser un alto más bajo y nos mandó hasta la zona de los 4.15, donde estamos por abajo del promedio del 9 y del 21 sobre todo, que es bastante importante. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la de 2 semanas para poder checar esto y darnos cuenta también acá que estamos abajo, nos rechazó el 9, nos rechazó el 21, el 100, ahora el 55, y nos venimos a apoyar en esta línea meme diagonal que dibujamos. Déjenme ver algo rápido. Sí, también. En la semanal podemos ver que literalmente hemos tenido un rechazo limpio del promedio de la 100. Definitivamente, si somos alcistas, nos gustaría poder aguantar los 4.242. Pero en este momento estamos cotizando en 4.139. En la diaria nos pone la fotografía perfectamente de lujo. Tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá a la baja. Y recuerden que cada vez que vengan a retestear el promedio de las 9, que está justamente en esta zona, eso es donde hay oportunidad de hacer un corto cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, y ahí es donde lo abrirías y lo cerrarías simplemente dependiendo de dónde lo retestees. Ahí es donde tienes que buscar tu nivel de invalidación. Pero por ahora near queremos que aguante el 4.24. Si no podemos aguantar el 4.24 mínimo en el cierre de hoy, esto no va, digo, en el cierre semanal, 4.24, exactamente, 4.25 arriba en el cierre semanal, todavía le faltan 6 días y 8 horas. Esto se ve cocinado y que va a ir para abajo. Tiene cara que va a bajar aún más. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Para la gente que se suscribió en Elite Trading Academy al servicio, voy a poner share this time instead, al servicio de los Trading Alerts, que está acá. A ustedes, quien se haya suscrito a esto, les estamos a punto de mandar una alerta de trade para que sepan qué trade nos estamos metiendo y estén al corriente con sus tíos. Vale pues. Alrighty, boys. Let's go on to the next one. What's the next one so that I have it? CX, Cemex?
Cemex.
Yes.
What is Cemex?
They are a cement company, which is infrastructure. They're humongous.
Non-energy minerals construction materials.
Yeah.
$9.4 billion. Wow.
Cementos Mexicanos. That's what it's called. Elite.
We have several closes below the bottom blue 38.2% zone, and then retests and rejections. And as of right now, we are getting expansion towards the downside. We're below this previous week low, which is at $5.50. Which is exactly where we're at right now. If we close below that, we're likely going to come down to this 95% on the HPDR, which currently is at $3.91. That's a significant dump. That's a really significant dump. That's like 28%.
I'm 99% certain that this shit only comes down like that, like in terrible economic timings.
And it's about to get a silver cross to the downside where the 21 is approaching the 55. As long as price is below $6.06, it's going to silver cross to the downside. The last time we got a dump like that was in right around late 2021 into our 2022 bear market.
Yep. Wow.
HPDR momentum is breaking down into the bearish critical zone. Volatility is breaking out very heavily, which makes it more likely of us, at the very least, consolidating somewhere around this area instead of just breaking all the way down towards that $3 target, which makes me think that probably we're going to consolidate and these ranges are going to step up. It's not very likely we go down to $3.91 as of right now with how momentum is looking. So what probably happens is that we consolidate and these ranges step up, and then we'll have more of a clear target. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a fib target. Yeah, it would be slightly higher, somewhere around $4, like low to mid $4. I think it would probably go to. I don't think it's going to like the threes. Quarterly looks like it's breaking down on the HPDR. It's about to break lose the median, which will give a statistical target of somewhere around mid $4, which is exactly what we're probably going to get based off the fib target as well. Quarterly momentum is about to break down. We came back to the neutral zone and we're slightly negative. What's probably going to happen is if we lose this median, this is going to break down into the negative area, probably go towards the bearish control zone. Volatility is going to expand as well. And then the jewel is starting to curve over. That's going to give us that dark blue cell, and it's going to be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Looking quite bearish on the quarterly, pretty bearish on the monthly. Check the weekly. Weekly is about to lose this blue 38.2% zone. First close below it since last time we closed below it, we were at $8.11, and now we're at $5.51. So that probably does give us a move down towards this 88.3%, which is currently at, which is 90%, somewhere between $4.75 to $4.65. Once again, that mid $4 number. Our momentum is about to break into the bearish control zone, and volatility is ticking up to support it. Jewel is starting to curve over again, to go back into the bearish control zone. Oof, this two-day candle is disgusting. We got a massive bearish engulfing of this candle, this candle, this candle, and this candle. So that probably put us, and our momentum is freshly breaking down to the bearish control zone again. Volatility is flipped up. I guess the probability of somewhere between this 90% to 95%. That's like $5.17 to $4.91. Daily is gapping down hard. Same setup on daily as a 2-day. Momentum heavily within the bearish control zone. Volatility flipped up. Jewel starting to curve back around, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Pink is about to cross below the yellow. So this is going to be a very, very nice sell setup right here, where the pink crosses below the yellow, and then this gives us a dark blue sell. That probably does take us down towards that mid $4 number. Check the RSI. All right, so the quarterly does have confirmed 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence at the bullish control zone, and it's just a lower high in a series of lower highs because this thing is in a steady downtrend. Volatility is at the middle zone at 50%, so we have a good amount of room to still go. And right now we're about to tap the bearish control zone. Bearish control zone is at $4.50, right at that mid $4 number that we're very likely going to hit. If we continue to break below that, though, which we possibly might because volatility is only at 50%, that we'd hit the bearish critical zone. Right now it's so low it doesn't even tell you what it is. So what's more likely is somewhere around that $4.50 number to maybe low $4. Probably we bounce end up getting at the very least a nice reaction at that zone. Monthly has confirmed bearish divergence. We've already hit the bearish controls on those, so that would be easy target. But volatility is expanding from lows. But right now we're only at 48% of the monthly volatility, so that makes it a lot more likely we can hit the bearish critical zone. And it doesn't even tell you what that is right now because it's so low. Weekly confirmed hidden bearish divergence. We've hit, and we're getting volatility expansion from 0%. We're at 17% currently, so we can go a lot lower based off of the volatility. And right now, this number is going to change because this is going to take several weeks to play out. But as of right now, it's at $1.52. It's very likely not going to hit that number. What's more likely is that it's going to take several weeks for this to play out, and this number is probably going to rise into the 4s. 5-day has the same setup with multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This one has a more realistic target, but it's still probably not going to hit this $3.07. Probably going to go somewhere in the 4s. Very, very low volatility. Same thing on the 3-day, hit multiple drives, hidden bearish divergence. Expanding from 0% volatility. And daily is about to confirm another drive of hidden bearish divergence, 39% volatility. That takes us to the bearish critical zone, which is currently at $5.06. So from the lower time frames all the way up to the higher time frames, it's looking extremely bearish. What's happening right now is it's getting a breakdown on the daily and the 2-day, which very likely bleeds into the weekly setup and the monthly setup towards the downside. And this thing eventually probably finds somewhere of a bounce zone, if not a reversal, in the low to mid $4 area, I would say.
Well, good luck to everyone here. Good luck, because this is bad. This is infrastructure, and especially because we have it here in the US. It's not like they're just in Mexico, which is why it also coincided with our 2022 lows, 2020, etc. So we'll see where that takes us. And we had open door SMR. Alrighty. Aquí tenemos Cementos Mexicanos. Se llama Cemex, las siglas es CX. Y básicamente los voy a llevar a la trimestral. Les voy a contar el cuento bastante rápido. Estos son gráficos de 6 meses. Estos son velas de 6 meses. Importante notarlo. Esto se ve muy bajista. Muy bajista. Porque por más que nos esté creando estructura a la alza acá y que este alto sea más alto que este, sigue siendo más bajo que este, y ahorita estamos teniendo un breakdown oficial de lo que fue el bajo más bajo, que estaba justamente acá en 5.73. Déjenme, simplemente veo algo. Uy, aparte, en la mensual pueden ver que hemos perdido el promedio de la 9 y el promedio de la 21 en la semestral. ¿Cómo se dice cuando son 6 meses? ¿Semestral? Sí, tal vez, no sé. Pero en la tabla de 6 meses estamos muy abajo del promedio. Esto se ve bajista de a madre. Vamos a ponerlo en la de 3 meses para verlo. Uy, rechazo el 21 limpio. Y del 9, y ahí van para abajo en picada. El promedio de la 100 nos rechazó aquí arriba y el del 55 nos dio este SFP acá. Y eso nos dice que vamos para abajo, damas y caballeros. Lo pueden ver por acá. Voy a limpiarlo rápido para que puedan ver exactamente la formación de velas, los rechazos, etcétera. Y esta línea diagonal meme, simplemente fue un breakout falso. Y ahora damos continuación al movimiento. Sobre todo cuando nos acercamos en la semanal, podemos ver literalmente la tremenda caída que ha tenido el precio desde acá, que fue en 9.29, está cotizando en 5.50, 50% de caída. ¿En cuánto tiempo? Estás hablando de literalmente 30 semanas. En 30 semanas ha caído el precio de Cemex 40% y tiene cara que va a continuar aún más. Ahora, cuando los pongo en la diaria, pueden ver acá absolutamente toda la salvajería, el rechazo del 55, el 21, el 9 y estamos creando un gap a la baja. Lo que nosotros creemos, y para ponérselas bonitas, les voy a poner la de 2 semanas para que lo puedan ver mejor, es esto. En la de 2 semanas. Lo que nosotros creemos es esto. Como estamos debajo de todos los promedios y estamos debajo de esta línea, lo que nosotros creemos es que si el precio no aguanta esta zona de esta línea meme, por acá de los $5 en plano, vamos a buscar la zona de los $4, es lo que sigue. Va a tomar bastante tiempo en darse este movimiento. Lo que probablemente vaya a pasar ahora es simplemente cada que tienes una bandera bajista, hay consolidación en ella. Entonces, probablemente veas eso antes de que el movimiento dé continuación a la baja. En todas las temporalidades esto se ve cocinado. Y no me gustaría también entender por qué, pero pues ya saben, no todo tiene explicación, carnal. En fin, Alex, what are you showing us?
Open door.
Open door. What do you, Open door. Is it Open Door Inc. or the other one? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's just Open Door Technologies Inc. Ticker symbol open.
Yeah, that's what I thought. This one. Yes. Okay. Wow, what a tremendous dump.
Yeah.
Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah, it really is. And it's at the last spot, basically, of opium.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I didn't share my screen. My bad.
No.
That's funny. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, open door is at resistance now on the weekly. Yeah, it's something to be mindful of considering, volatility is basing here at 11%. It can go down more or it can start expanding here. It's kind of 50-50 in my opinion, but as long as that weekly 9 is still very strong resistance, we have to look at this at 193 as a rejection point, unfortunately. If the weekly can actually start reclaiming that 9, that'll be a very, at least, okay sign for open door. That maybe will bleed into the 2-week. The 2-week can reclaim the 9, and we see here the 2-week's a lot cleaner because we see if the 2-week reclaims the 9, that gives us a nice move back to $2.30. From that reclaim, that could be an easy 27-cent move. And then, from there will be a major point of either rejection, because each time that we do reclaim the 9, we end up going to the 21. But each time we've rejected it. So if we can actually get a 2-week above the 21, I'll be more bullish that, maybe things are starting to shift here for open door. Then all eyes back to back essentially on that $2.55 high. If we can break that, then that'll start looking quite good. It'll look good because that was the last rejection high, before we bigly dumped, and then we can possibly test that 34, the last spot. If the 2-week starts reclaiming that 34 at $2.74, then I think that it'll be quite bullish, because then that'll mean that, essentially the monthly reclaimed the 9, which hasn't actually happened since we lost it here in February of 2024. So all year long, that monthly 9 has been steady resistance. I'm curious to see where the 5 is. The 5 as well, I guess, steady resistance as well. So I guess if the EMA 5 on the monthly starts getting reclaimed, it could be potentially like an event where we'll see next month the 9 get reclaimed. But I'd be more comfortable viewing the 9 on this chart, just because of at least there's a little more data with it, in sense of it's a little bigger in time frames. So not by much, but just a little. And so that way I'd view that as like very good. If the two week can actually reclaim to 34, then we can make the argument that this will go up a lot more, and that, you know, we easily can go and test that $3. But until then, I'm viewing the weekly as resistance, approaching it. Actually just almost tapped it. So we're approaching weekly resistance. You got to be mindful of that. And if bulls end up not holding this 175, you know, this will be a pretty devastating dump. It could be a devastating dump from here, especially with volatility. Basically, I guess I threw that down. You know, like I said, basing. You know, if this starts expanding while we're breaking down, then I don't see why we wouldn't go back down to like that dollar mark. You know, maybe even back to $1.10, regardless of how you look at the chart, though. From wherever your support is, either at, you know, 125 or 110, or even where I have it at $1, it's still 30, 20, 40% down. Telling me that, yeah, a major move is coming. I'm interested to see how the Bollinger Bands on the weekly are looking. We see they're actually tight. So it's just giving me more confidence that, you know, a big move is going to happen for Open Door. And as it stands, it's down. The hopium here is, if we go back to like the 2-day, we do see that we are steadily holding support. And so what I'd really want to see at least is this 2-day reclaim that EMA 100. We can reclaim the EMA 100, then I do think we can get a bounce to that SMA 200. From there currently, I mean, that's still a nice 14% move from confirmation once this is reclaimed. And then if we do end up reclaiming that, then it just bleeds into what I said. That basically puts the 2-week back above the 34. Almost. This will move down, though, keep in mind. So ideally, that'll put the 2-week back above the 34, which then bleeds into the monthly, actually holding the 9 and reclaiming it. So as it stands, though, it's not looking good. We're kind of at the last spot. The 3 days, the monthly's closing in 3 days. So, you know, it would make sense for maybe this monthly to open up down. And then we kind of want to see if 176 catches and maybe acts like a spring for maybe a move up. But that's kind of all I see with Open Door. I'm curious if I threw the 55 on, how the daily looking. And we see here, you know, we do have a daily silver cross. We are testing now the 34. We'd expect that 21 though to reject. And if we go back up to that 55, it's just weak. And it probably invalidates the silver cross, in my opinion. Yeah, that's all I see. I'm curious though just how the 4 hours looking. Let me throw the 55 back off. Nice. We do see, yeah, just like what I was saying with the weekly, right? Weekly's approaching resistance. 4 hour is very nice to gauge then, because I do see that the 4 hour EMA 100 hasn't actually really been hit yet in a very long time. Or actually, no, it's a 4 hour. So back in September 30th, we did hit it and it rejected. And so that's going to be an area where I'm going to be watching as resistance. And that kind of correlates nicely with what I was saying on the weekly. Do think we can go up a little bit more, but we have to be mindful of that weekly 9 right at $1.93. And then that lines up nicely with that 4 hour EMA 100 right at $1.96. So, you know, it would not be surprising to me to get a rally up to there, get some rejection, and then right there on that 4 hour, if we end up losing like the 34, like here we couldn't hold it, and then even here we just couldn't hold it, then I do think that'll just lead into a bigger dump. So, you know, as it stands, we are at resistance or approaching it. If you aren't positioned at this $1.75, there's really no trade here other than potentially a short, because keep in mind the trend is still down on this. You know, and the hopium here is just that we consolidate enough to start moving the moving averages more down even, and then we can start reclaiming it, especially just like the weekly, reclaiming the 9, something simple. Something that also hasn't been done in many closures. That would be at least a welcoming sign. And then, like I said, that 2 week actually popping back up and reclaiming the 34 probably tells me that this goes on a nice move up. Probably moves up nicely, essentially. But until then, I'm looking for this to reject. I don't think that 175 is going to hold, just based on how many times we've hit it, and the fact that we're still in that lower high structure. You know, we just have to be really cautious of that. So. That's kind of all I have with Open Door. It's just on the edge. It's trying to become more constructive, but, you know, I only say that in the sense that we did go green. We bounced where we expected it. Now it's just a matter of if we get any kind of actual reclaims of the 9. It'll be pretty key to me. And then the 2-day, yeah, the 2-day also, you know, that's just, we keep getting confluence in the zone here. We're like, this zone, maybe down to there, is like pretty big resistance. So if we get any big pumps, which again, from that point, it's like 20%, I'm just going to be really watching that, especially in the monthly, is big rejection point. I'm sure people here back in September when we went all the way up and we bounced 35%, we're pretty happy. But as you can see here, it doesn't matter. This can be very volatile, and it is. But as long as structure is still down, trend is down, and then especially the monthly is below the 9, it's really hard to be bullish on this chart. So just hope that this basically 175 holds, because that's kind of the only hopium I have. And we see on the monthly more evident just how many times we've tested it. So I do think we're probably going to get a lot of volatility into next month for Open Door, just based on how the monthly is looking and then how the weekly Bollinger Bands are looking, basically. And just if you view BBWP kind of where it's at, we just kind of see it like on the weekly, the 2-week, the monthly. Let's see real quick. Monthly's okay, but the 2-week and the weekly, are telling me like, yeah, we could easily get expansion here, and then that could easily break us down, easily take us back to the $1 zone. So just something to be mindful of.
Perfecto, señor. Thank you so much. Open motherfucking door, son. 1 second.
Open your door.
Open your door. That'd be an incredible name for a company. Open your door. What does your company do? Just doors. By the way, people that make doors make so much fucking money. I don't know how much you guys know about construction, but holy fuck. Fuck. I wish I would have known about making doors when I was young.
Damn it. I mean, it's like when people like the bed, how like there's like that like mattress company that people think sells drugs or launders money because they just never
Helix?
No, it's like I don't know.
The avocado one?
Any kind of mattress company never has people in it, but I guess like I did research and they do sell a lot of mattresses.
Like crazy. Like motherfucking crazy. Yep. Ok. Vamos a ver, estamos viendo Open Door para todos ustedes. Quiero poner esto enfrente de todos ustedes, ¿ok? Vamos rápido a la mensual. Yo creo que no necesitamos ir más allá de eso para poder entender lo que estamos viendo. En la mensual, pueden ver de dónde venimos, ¿no? Abrió el precio de esta cosa en 10.75 cuando originalmente salió en Open Door en el 2020. Llegó a un máximo de $39 y de ahí se dio la vuelta a proseguir a caer. Creaste este nuevo alto con mínimos más bajos y ahora estás creando altos más bajos. Lo pueden ver todos por acá, ¿no? Tuviste este mínimo, un alto que parecía más alto que este, luego tuviste este mínimo que fue más alto que estos, pero luego tuviste este alto que fue más bajo que esto y ahora tuviste estos bajos que fueron más bajos que esto, por lo que estás formando todavía una estructura bajista simplemente viendo la estructura de las velas. Eso es algo importante que notar. Segunda cosa que estamos viendo que es bajista, estar debajo del promedio de la 9 y el promedio de la 9 estar tan abajo del promedio de la 21. Esto es en temporalidad mensual, lo que nos dice que a largo plazo, 6 meses, 1 año, esto va para abajo. Cuando nos acercamos un poco, bueno, antes de acercarnos, vamos a ver, la volatilidad en la mensual no está tan ni arriba ni abajo, pero cuando nos metemos en cosas semanales, la volatilidad nos damos cuenta de que está preparándose para hacer un cero. Recuerden que la volatilidad tiene que, para activar el movimiento, ir a 15%, que es donde puse esa línea, y está aquí abajo, está justamente en los 10.96. Cuando nos acercamos, porque aparte es en la semanal y con más velas, cuando nos acercamos en la semanal podemos ver cómo nos ha estado rechazando el promedio del 55, el 21 y el 9, y ahorita justamente estamos peleándonos con el 9. Tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja a cierto punto. Vamos a ver cuándo, porque esto es la semanal acá atrás. Y cada retesteo de la 9 fue una buena oportunidad para entrar en short, aunque sí hubo desviaciones, como siempre, e intentó retomar esto una vez más. Pero por ahora, una vez más, estamos por debajo del promedio de las 9, cuando tienes una vela de tope justamente acá, una confirmación del mismo cierre acá, otra. Esto quiere decir que da continuación al movimiento a la baja. En la diaria, aquí hay un poco de hopium para todos ustedes, pero el hopium viene acompañado de malas noticias, porque probablemente lo que está haciendo el precio, porque lo podemos ver en la diaria también, tienes estos altos, estos altos, estos altos, estos altos, estos altos, y ahora vas a tener que intentar romper estos altos de acá en los 1.97. La cosa importante en Open Door, si eres inversor en esta cosa, es no romper el nivel de los 1.76, 1.75 para abajo. De ahí, si llegas a quebrarte los 1.75 para abajo, si rompes los 1.58 a la baja con cierres, ahí es donde empezaría yo a ponerme objetivos para buscar revisitar estos mínimos en el 1.17 o el mínimo total debajo de $1, cada una de estas acciones. No tiene tanta cara que va a ser alcista. Va a ser alcista, queremos literalmente estar por encima del 2.39 en todo tipo de temporalidad, porque cuando volteas a ver el 2.39, te voy a poner la mensual, puedes ver cómo el promedio de las 9 está en el 2.29. Entonces, si llegas a 2.39, esto podría tener cara de que se va a voltear en lo que todo se está reseteando. Lo que esperamos es consolidación por poco tiempo y después de ahí la continuación del movimiento a la baja. Es lo que nosotros esperamos, simplemente viendo el gráfico tal cual está al día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. All right, Farhan, which one are you doing?
XMR, right?
1 second.
ASMR.
SMR.
Oh, SMR.
I'm gonna prepare the ticker.
Looks a lot better than XMR.
Good. All right. Just like you, I'm ready with my ticker, son.
Beautiful ticker. I've seen a lot of tickers, and that's one of the most beautiful tickers I've seen in my life.
Thank you. I'm gonna fucking record this and send it to Belen so that she knows who makes the best tickers.
God, this thing is at such extreme levels on the HBDR, but I guess there's not that much data, so you have to take this HBDR data with a grain of salt. But we're at the 100% on the, well, we've tapped the 100% on the monthly, which is $22.41. We're currently at literally 100% on both the HBDR momentum and volatility. So what's more likely is that we probably go consolidate somewhere around here and don't, like, we probably won't get any too much continuation to the upside from our current highs of $22.24. On the weekly, we are at the 95%. So we could possibly get a little bit of a move higher to tap the 100%, which right now is at $27.63. And our that would take our HBDR momentum to 100%, and volatility would also be tapped out at 100% at that point. So then from there, we're probably going to consolidate or get a little bit of a pullback. The jewel is now entering the bullish control zone, about to get close to the bullish critical zone. The pink is about to cross the yellow. That's going to be a nice setup for continuation towards that $27 number. 5 days entering 100% volatility and momentum. While we're getting continuation to the upside, and that 100% sits at $26.44. So it'd be right next to $27. 2 days about to get a close over the 95%. While momentum and volatility have flipped back up and towards the upside. They're both at very extreme levels though, 94, 95% on both of them. Daily's ranges have stepped up quite a bit. So right now, daily is it has tapped the 88.3%. If we close above the 78.6, we're probably going to go somewhere around that 95% area. And bring a sharp move back up from momentum and volatility. We're in the 80s, so we can still continue higher towards that 95%, which is currently at $25.17. Check the other side. Yeah, we're at extreme. We've had how many periods? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months of 100% volatility, and we're still at 100%. So once this volatility starts moving below the moving average, which are both at 100%, then we're likely going to get a mean reversion. But currently, we're about to close over not only previous closing highs, but previous all-time highs as well. So from there, we should more than likely probably get continuation after maybe a month or two of consolidation. Where would that put
And
us
it
at?
closes in 3 days.
Yeah, that's crazy. Our first target, the 161.8%, we're just about to hit it, which is $23.17. And then if we get a close above that, then probably somewhere around $33.29. Above that, I have $43.42. All of which looks very realistic based off how it's doing right now. And the market cap is about 5.4 billion. So that would put us not even at $10 billion.
This is nuclear power, right? So it's kind of like Oklo, which is also doing the same thing.
This one monthly candle is 101%.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oklo's has got to be bigger. Right now, they're having a 30% day after all the bullshit.
Quarterlies have 4 periods of 100% volatility, 1 year. Weekly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence at the middle zone. We're basically already tapped the bullish critical zone. That number is at $24.52. Volatility is flipped back up. It's at extremes. It's at 97%. 5-day has the same hidden bullish divergence, same volatility setup. Yeah, the lower time frames, the very low time frames, like the 4-hour volatility had been at very extreme levels for multiple periods. It ended up retesting this 21 EMA down here. Now it's starting to flip back up on a move towards the upside. So it's looking like our low time frames are going to lead to continuation on this move up that we're getting. We're probably going to tap somewhere around 26, let's say a range between $25 and $27. Probably going to find a local top there based off of how our higher time frames look. And then we're probably going to consolidate for maybe a couple of months before we have continuation to the upside. But it looks like we're going to close over our previous all-time highs.
God fucking damn. All righty. Alex, to close, do you want to do ETH?
Sure.
All righty. So that I can monitor my trade. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Estamos viendo SMR. Por cierto, esto es algo, es energía nuclear y lo pueden ver literalmente así, por ejemplo. También les quiero poner rápido y ahorita voy a regresar a SMR. Oklo. Look at fucking Oklo, dude. Look at the screen.
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Upload. That's what it should be named. Upload.
This, I know. This is one candle.
Wow.
213%.
That's on the monthly. Look at that. Reclaimed your meme line, came down, basically retested, and then just sprung up. Whoa.
Fucking gangster. That's crazy.
That's literally the definition of God candle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're all waiting. Wife changing money is fucking right. That's not true, baby. That's not true. Alrighty. Sorry, Ok, tenemos aquí SMR, energía nuclear, damas y caballeros. Esto salió en el 2020 y estaba cotizando en 9.99. Hizo un alto histórico en los 15.91. De ahí se fundió hasta el dólar y del dólar ha explotado hasta los 21.87. En todas las temporalidades, no importa lo que estés viendo, puedes ver cómo estamos por encima del 9 y el 21 y además con fuerza. En todas las temporalidades, puedes ver esto, estamos en extremos. Puedes verlo en volatilidad, cómo estamos en lo más caliente, pero vean cómo le encanta quedarse esta madre en volatilidad extrema. En la semanal tenía setups también ardientes, estilo jamás, explosivos a la alza. Y ahora la volatilidad sigue a tope, pero está empezando a darse la vuelta. Lo que creemos es, en temporalidades bajas, porque no hay tanto que analizar acá, porque estás en altos históricos, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan de momentum y volatilidad y sacando todos los Fibonaccis que puedas de izquierda a derecha, de arriba para abajo, lo que nosotros creemos es Uno, no quieres perder el promedio de las 9, que está justamente en 18.23. Definitivamente la línea en la arena son los 17. Si pierdes eso, esto puede darte una indicación de que vamos a empezar a buscar objetivos a la baja. Pero por ahora lo que estamos buscando es este 21, tener un cierre encima de los 22.21. De ahí, nuestro siguiente objetivo está entre los 24 y 25 dólares. De ahí hasta los 32 y ya de ahí veremos qué pasa. Pero va a tomar tiempo, no va a ser de la noche a la mañana. Es lo que estamos viendo tal cual en SMR. No hay tanto que decir más que, wow, sigue muy alcista. All righty, ETH.
Nice. So ETH's looking okay. I mean, we had this massive meme diagonal. I slightly moved it right now. And that just plays into how, just Lucy's can be, however you draw them. But it's still valid, and that is still something I'm watching. We do see here that on the 2-week, it's a lot less sharper than on the weekly. And we are holding it for, just some hopium here. If we go to the weekly, though, we see, it's looking okay. We see that the EMA 100 actually got reclaimed. We came all the way down and held it. So we'd expect this next week to keep holding it. And then ideally, the weekly can just start reclaiming that 9 from here. That would be the best case scenario. This orange line grinding up with this diagonal meme line is they estimate 200 on the weekly. So this is a pretty big spot overall for the weekly, and it's welcoming to see that it did hold because, ETH's been pretty sold down and pretty weak compared to everything else. If we view this on the daily, for me, I'm watching closely to see if that, because we have this massive channel, but then I drew a tinier channel in the channel because I don't, I can do whatever I want. And I do think it's true. So I think that the daily EMA 100 is going to be a massive spot for ETH if it can reclaim that. We see last time it did, it was a bull trap. And this led to a massive deviation all the way back down to 2,382. So ideally what bulls want to see here is this low to hold at 2,300. Let's get the exact number, $2,379, call it 2,380. We want that low to hold, and we want to see at least consolidation right here without breaking down, or just the low to hold coming back down to here without breaking this low would be okay. But to get max bullish on ETH, it's really simple for me, and it's just something I've been patiently waiting for. I just want to see that EMA 100 on the daily get reclaimed, and then actually backtest. Oh wow, my screen hopped off. Actually backtest this channel. Hold it and then get the expansion to 3,000. I think that daily estimate 200 will be a magnet once that EMA 100 is reclaimed. But with how everything's looking now, it doesn't seem that likely considering we're rejecting off the 9 now. And to me, this is still looking. We have to be cautious of the fact that this level here at 2,520. We held it. We then lost it, deviated. We're bouncing now, but to me, this is still looking slightly like a bearish retest. We have to be very cautious of that. So I like viewing ETH on a 2-day. I think it takes the chop away and it kind of becomes more evident. Losing it, rallying up, rejecting. It doesn't mean we have to nuke from here, but it just means that it's not ETH time yet. And, it's a little disappointing for me because I'm still hoping, I still have opium that, this setup will still play out and work. It doesn't need to be, exact. These are meme lines, I guess. So, but it's not a good sign that we're not holding support. And just in ETH's history, this has been a pretty big area that, big moves at least like to happen up and down. And that's why I'm always viewing this on a 5-day because I just think the 5-day kind of eliminates it, but the chop, but if it's, it's not a good sign that it's losing it. And I'm curious to see how the daily is shaping up on ETH BTC. I really wouldn't want to see this get lost here because then this just plays into, the weakness of ETH compared to Bitcoin. And it's okay. It doesn't, if ETH BTC still comes down, it doesn't mean ETH USD is going to nuke. It just tells me that maybe it's just not ETH time yet. Maybe we just end up coming here, like chopping, because this is totally just very subjective. This is just what I'm viewing, but if we delete this, we're just basically, took out this high here. So we're now on a higher low watch. Just is basically what I want it to be right here, which is why I said we don't want to lose that 2,380. And then we just kind of want to consolidate and grind against resistance. And that is where we're at now, is resistance. So for me, it's a lot easier though on ETH. Just the long triggers when we reclaim that EMA 100. Or at least if you are long, you just want to keep your risk tight, and then ideally you can add if we do reclaim the EMA 100, or just set your stop break even and have a free ride to 3,000. Because from that point, I mean, at least the way I see it, once it reclaims it, it has an easy move to $3,000, which can easily give you a 10 to 11%. It's just a matter of like just waiting for it, I guess. Let me just see. I'm liking the 5-day as well. The higher time frames we go, the more volatility is really contracted here. The 5-day though is slightly concerning because it just plays into what I'm saying with the bearish retest.
Yeah.
The 5-day deviation rallied up to the 5-day EMA 9. Now we're rejecting it. That's why I'm still in the camp. We easily can test the bottom of this channel as long as this low doesn't get taken. Then that's okay to me. And then the weekly here. Yeah, we just want that EMA 100 to get held. So basically, what I'm seeing on ETH is we're holding the EMA 100. This is the bounce zone we want to see. If we end up closing below that EMA 100, which obviously ETH can wick below it, we just don't want closures below it. As long as we're holding it, though, then the upside does seem likely, and it'll be confirmed once that daily EMA 100 is actually reclaimed. If ETH actually closes weekly back under, like, call it 2,344, I'll be looking at this as a major red flag that we're essentially going to probably dump hard from here, because we're again losing the massive channel we watched, but also we're losing the weekly SMA 200. And just if we view it, ETH doesn't really like to be below it for too much. We see kind of like this whole bull market, we were above it, we're chopping around it here, we then expanded from it again, now we're back to it. We obviously can keep chopping as history has shown us, but big moves down like to occur once it's under it, as evident here. This move down after basically SFP was a 64%, and then from the rejection here as well, it was, and I'm just taking it from I'll just take it from the wick low. Why not? 30%. So we know big moves happen from there. We know, ETH BTC is at a precarious spot. I'm bullish. I'm cautiously bullish on ETH. I just think Bitcoin's going to show off right now, and ETH BTC is just going to get hit hard still. I'm hoping that this will overall hold, especially on this monthly, though. If the monthly doesn't hold this level, then we really have to start looking at possibly going lower, which doesn't surprise me, but it kind of does, because ETH BTC has just been terrible through and through. This has not been an ETH-driven rally at all. Compared to like something like this, where it's just been up only, and even Bitcoin is still looking pretty good. So I do think ETH will catch a bid. It's just a matter of waiting. That's basically all I have with ETH. It's just a matter of waiting, consolidating above its EMA 100 is exactly what we want. Ideally, it can pop back and at least hold that 2,520 on this monthly closure. If it can, then okay, good. If not, then we run the risk of it losing that weekly EMA 100 and actually testing the SMA 200 again. But at that point, we're already breaking this low, so then we have to really wonder if volatility is going to start expanding from there. We're going to get a bigger dump on ETH. So that's kind of it. It's just in the middle. I'm not really getting too much of a setup. It's again just in the middle. I think the setup easily will come once that daily reclaims the EMA 100, or a weekly back above, especially a weekly back above that EMA 34, which, yes, I know it's like $200 higher from here, but still, even if you conservative play catching that, waiting and then taking it to 3,000, still nice 6% move. So that's why I don't really trade ETH. It's not good. It mainly just spurs on these sporadic moves up that are really hard to gauge, but kind of reminds me of this moment where it's just lots of chop. The difference was the weekly was above the 9, whereas here we're nicely below it. So that'll be a first good tick if the weekly can reclaim that. Then daily EMA 100 actually gets reclaimed and holds. We don't want a deviation, and then we can make an argument that 3,000 will probably get hit. But until then, it's just consolidating. It's on the shit edge right now, especially when viewing the 5-day. So what bulls don't want is this 5-day to start expanding above 15%. This 5-day closing and churning red, and then even losing that 2,400. If we end up doing that, then I don't see why we won't go back down to here, 2,177. And I'm curious how the HBDR looks on the 5-day. And I'm liking how the 50% right at that mean line. So like if we lose that, right around that 5-day SMA 200, it's a big drop to that 80%, which again lines up with the mean lines at 1,800 to 1,700. yeah, like 1800 basically. So yeah, something to be really mindful of. That's why I personally, I don't think ETH trades are illogical. I just wouldn't be 20x, 30x on an ETH long, and that's why it's smart that you're on a 5x on the long, because I do think, you know, ETH will get a big breakout soon. I do think so. I just don't know how soon it will be. But I do
exactly. But we're playing that, right? Like that's ideally, at least that's in my head what I'm playing is I went and did exactly what you said, which is you don't want to take that low on basically my stop loss was underneath 238 $2,380, which is that wick down. That was my stop loss. If that shit goes underneath that, then it's fucking cooked. And I picked it up literally at the bottom of the green candle. So,
yeah, no, so your entry on ETH long is great. The leverage on it's amazing too, and you're still green. And though that's how I would have traded ETH, and then seeing it reclaim the weekly EMA 100 would have made me happy, because now that's the next area of support, and now it really does guarantee. Yeah, we start breaking this low, it probably is like messed up, and you can. I mean, yeah, cooked, and you can, I guess, argue, well, the SMA 200 will bounce, but I wouldn't want to hold it from there then. Yeah, so it's logical. It's just a timing thing, I think, with ETH. And even if this meme wedge here is going to play out this channel, you know, it still could come mid-November. So, you know, we easily could just keep chopping around here, going here, as long as that EMA 100, and then get the move out. Maybe Bitcoin then starts consolidating. You know, maybe it reclaims its 2021 market cycle high, makes a new range, starts consolidating. This gives ETH the move where it can actually play catch up. Because remember, ETH was a lot heavily more sold down to Bitcoin, you know, and that was more evident if we just throw the weekly EMA 100 here, you know, where Bitcoin essentially, this was the area where I was targeting shorts on this dump, still healthily above, while ETH literally went under it. So ETH is inherently weaker, but you know, that's just kind of what the price action you'd expect for something that's sold down, and it will play catch up in my experience. It's just very slow, and it's doing exactly what it needs to. And, you know, as long as that weekly EMA 100 holds, it can play into then maybe it reclaiming the 9, which then bleeds into the daily. And then the daily is really easy to me, because it's just nice when that major moving average, which is a point where we rejected from bigly, is lining up with this diagonal here. It's like, yeah, once we start actually reclaiming this level, then I can see the SMA 200 getting tapped. Until then, it's just going to be chopped. So that's all I have with ETH. It's looking good, you know. And ETH BTC, this is just like an idea I gave out a few weeks ago. I'm hoping it holds. This is still at big support, but you know, I'm just slightly cautious about that, because you know the weekly did hold. So I mean, we are at the bounce zone. It can easily go and wick low and then get bought up. I think this move up will happen once this weekly breaks his posturing with this 9, reclaims it, and then breaks this wick high that formed on September 23rd at 0.004243. But until then, your best bet is maybe not a spring like this, but maybe this. Maybe it just chops, and then it can do something like that. But yeah, that's it. ETH will, I think, bounce as long as Bitcoin doesn't nuke from here. But I just think it's a Bitcoin-driven move. And I'm even surprised with Bitcoin dominance, it breaking resistance. I actually thought it would reject harder from here, which would have played in perfectly with my ETH bounce, but it's not. And it's actually breaking out. And the weekly is very close to breaking up and confirming this move, which, you know, it will be up. This isn't a solid uptrend. I'm curious if the 2 weeks looking up.
In a certain way too, and what do you guys think about this? Shouldn't the dominance of Bitcoin continue to go up over time as more and more altcoins come in and cycle in and out? Because that means Bitcoin through time keeps going up and trending upwards, whereas everything else kind of like there's only 2 or 3 altcoins that really can get back into all-time highs.
Because most altcoins are trending towards 0.
Yeah,
I agree. I mean, theoretically, more money will go into Bitcoin, which will make Bitcoin dominance higher. The question is just how high.
It still will go, I think, overall towards the downside though, because the more shitcoins that come in, like just naturally have less of the market share.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I just click buttons, boys. I just look at meme lines and click buttons. I don't ask. But that's all I. Yeah, I mean that's all I see with ETH. It's looking okay. I mean, even if we're not looking at this red line here, let me delete it. I mean, it's okay. It's still looking okay. It's just the monthly under the 9 and the weekly then losing that 9 as well. It's just on the edge. But I do think ETH will do something like this where. Bought to chop, it looked okay. Yes, the difference is it was above the 9, but once he starts moving, it really does start moving. And that's basically it. You just kind of want to hope that low on Tuesday holds and we just keep moving up. But overall, Alejandro, your stop's logical to me. It makes sense. Obviously, this is an altcoin we're talking about, so we can easily go and take the stops and then go up from there. That probably is what happens. But as it stands, I want to see a bounce from this EMA 100. This to me is looking clean because we broke above it. We came all the way down. We held it as support. We're consolidating on it. It'd be funny if we just launched from there. Something that really hasn't been able to happen. We break up, we test it, and then we lose it. We break up, we try to test it, we lose it. So this time we broke up, we held it, and now do we get just kind of some consolidation before we go up, forming that, just uptrend structure. Not very clean, not Picasso, but that is the opium I'm seeing. I don't know, Farin, if you have anything you're seeing on ETH. I really am not getting much. I do think though that this can be confirmed if we end up reclaiming that EMA 100. And then
I feel like the only thing I'm really getting from ETH is that it's just gonna follow whatever Bitcoin does.
Not as much, yeah, exactly.
But you don't think the surprise would be towards the upside on ETH? Because
I don't think so because ETH BTC doesn't really show that.
But that's my issue. So that's why I'm hoping on the higher time frames, like the monthly can hold this area, and then maybe we leave a wick, and then the monthly opens up on red. We leave a wick, and we come up. But this is a pretty if we zoom out on ETH BTC, this is a big level for ETH BTC, and so it's really going to be important because. I agree with you, Farin. Like if ETH BTC, and it's not looking good right now, but if it can just hold this area, then we can argue that it can easily come back up and make another a lower high, especially on the 5-day. Easily could take us back to, back up to here in this zone here, which from assuming it bounces from here would still be a pretty impressive bounce, which then would give us that ETH move. The issue is with ETH is, I was talking to Matthew about this, I just am not bullish on ETH because it's not my shitcoin criteria is it needs to break its cycle high at the last cycle, and it just didn't do that. Bitcoin did, but ETH did not, which just tells me that ETH obviously will be fine with a Bitcoin pump, but it's definitely not going to bounce as much as Bitcoin. And we're not getting nearly as many setups on ETH as we are on Bitcoin. So that is just something to just put in the back of your head. But Bitcoin's still looking good. And actually, it's funny to see because I did mention I was talking about Bitcoin. It's very predatory to shorts right now. This is something I mentally noted because I got rimmed a little bit shorting that up only in the beginning of this year. But it's funny because we look at the 4-hour on Bitcoin, that happened right at the 2021 market cycle high. I bet you so many shorted that 4-hour. Reversal, but now we're.
I even thought about it. Yeah,
exactly. It's predatory. Yeah, exactly.
What a fucking cocksucker. Just one thing. ETH BTC. Let's hope it holds.
That's kind of clean. I like your diagonal more than mine. That's clean.
Let's hope it holds. And then it's a mega bounce and it's going to print. So what you're saying is there's no chance that George is right with the ETH target and we're going to go to $16,000, $20,000 per ETH.
Unfortunately, I'm not saying that. I think George might be wrong this time.
Damn it, George.
We'll do it tomorrow, probably. As long as George said so.
It is my favorite listening to his targets every single day. He's like, this is it. This is the Bitcoin move that's going to give us the God candle every day. I want to get in a good mood, feel hopeful about humanity. I'm just going to go into George's channel and listen to that bullshit. Absolutely. I need some hopium other than the one that Farhan provides, no doubt. That's what keeps me alive.
Weaponized hopium.
The U.S. government would use you against everybody. Anything else you guys want to add? It's been 4 hours.
No, very smooth stream. I'm going to start cooking up some setups for the academy, and I'll see you boys there.
Nice.
Yes.
All righty, boys. We'll see you on Discord and on the website. Thank you.
Adiós.
Have a good one.
Vale,
fellas.
pues. Estamos viendo el par de Ethereum y Bitcoin. Esto aquí es donde el tío Salvo está en Hopium total. Les dije, entré en un long en Ethereum y me interesa que me vaya bien, obviamente. Pero lo que podemos ver acá rápidamente, si solamente ponemos el par de Bitcoin e Ethereum, podemos darnos cuenta de la debilidad que trae Ethereum y también está en esta línea de soporte justamente rebotando. Puse esta línea meme diagonal que aguantó bastante bien en el 2019 en septiembre, también lo hizo en enero del 2020 y nunca más la volvió a tocar. La ha tocado 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y esta sería la sexta vez. Si podemos tener un gran rebote de Ethereum y todo sale bien, mi racionalización en este trade es honestamente la avaricia. Un poco de la avaricia me llama la atención. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo, cada que yo volteo en el mercado a ver algo y veo que todo el mundo está insultando algo, ese algo normalmente rompe. Cuando lo vi con los NFTs el verano pasado, antes de que hubiera el subidongo de todo, cuando compré Solana en 17 y todo eso, fue no porque soy un genio, pero porque todo el mundo me estaba escribiendo en Twitter, mandándome encabezados de cómo los NFTs se fueron a cero, intentando recordarme mi gran desgracia. Y pues en vez de recordarme mi gran desgracia, me hizo darme cuenta que probablemente todas esas personas que son grandes analistas estaban mal. Entonces dije, me huele al fondo de los NFTs. Y lo fue, y lo fue. Y no estoy hablando del año pasado, fue 2022, fue cuando estaba en Qatar. Tal vez sí, verano del año pasado. Entonces, eso fue lo que me hizo comprar. Cada que veo el mismo tipo de historia en algo que no sea completamente algo que vaya a cero, en mi opinión. Y es lo que estoy viendo en ETH. Y la razón por qué estoy viendo esto en ETH es JP Morgan es dueño de ETH. Yo sé que mucha gente cree que es teoría de conspiración o no lo comprende, pero JP Morgan entró en el 2017 agresivamente en Ethereum. Agresivamente, 17 o 19, creo que fue 17, pero agresivamente en Ethereum. Ahora, estamos aguantando soporte en este momento, pero ese no es el gráfico que les quiero enseñar. Les quiero enseñar este. Acá es donde estamos en Ethereum. Básicamente, el análisis es sencillo. Podemos ver que el precio, un segundo, perdón, que el precio no volvió a ser altos históricos como los hizo acá en los 4,800. El máximo al que llegamos fueron 4,100, casi ni siquiera los 4,100. De ahí chopeamos y nos caímos. Mientras que Bitcoin, por ejemplo, no chopeó y se cayó, chopeó y sigue levantando y empujando a la alza, sobre todo si volteas a ver CME en Bitcoin. Pero en Ethereum no, en Ethereum sí se dio la vuelta y cayó. Y aquí es donde todo el mundo ya dijo, valió madres, ahí quedó Ethereum, y también coincide con esta línea que viene desde el 2022 para arriba. De nuevo, es una diagonal meme, puede que no funcione, puede que sí. La cosa es, en este momento estamos abajo del 9, rechazados por el promedio del 9 y abajo también del promedio del 21 en la mensual. En la semanal se pone la cosa un poco peor, porque tenemos el promedio de las 200 justo que coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 2,361, pero el Hopium acá en las semanales que estamos encima del promedio de la 100, que está en 2,490. Al estar encima del 2,490, me da esperanza a que podamos ir mínimo a buscar los 2,567 y de ahí el 2,680 o esta zona justamente de acá. Ahora, se puede dar la vuelta. Abrí un long en Ethereum, se los voy a poner en la diaria para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Abrí un long en Ethereum al fondo, casi al fondo de esta vela verde, acá. Y la razón por qué lo hice es, de nuevo, está llegando aquí abajo a la zona una vez más. Tengo una invalidación bastante sencilla de ver. Ahí les voy a poner la posición. Entonces, abrí mi long acá. Perdón, es un puto Fibonacci. Felicidades, Alejandro. Felicidades. No, ¿dónde están mis? Aquí está. Y es un long, Alejandro, no un short. Es que también no estoy muy acostumbrado a hacerle short a todo. Ok. Acá puse mi invalidación es esta en los 2,380, pero mi objetivo no está aquí. O sea, mi objetivo con este long es, si puedo aguantar, mínimo llevármelo a los 2,800 o $3,000. Y eso me pone en 16% en verde contra un 2.19% en rojo. El precio de ETH, desde que me metí, no ha venido a retestear los 2.382. Mi stop loss está un poco más abajo de eso. Digo, justamente acá en realidad. ¿Por qué? Porque si la pongo más abajo, ¿cuál es el punto? De todas maneras. Y ahora el precio se está peleando justamente con esta diagonal y todos los promedios. Literalmente no tengo nada más que decir que en la semanal, esperando a que aguante el promedio de la 100, y en la diaria, espero que podamos darle tener un cierre en 6 horas encima de los 2.500, y si podemos de ahí paso a paso ir a empujar estos niveles. Es lo que me gustaría ver. ¿Se va a dar? No sé, pero este es entré con muy poco apalancamiento, no mucho dinero, en realidad nada. Así que si ETH pega, chido. Si ETH no pega, ahí tengo mi invalidación y perderé muy poco, simplemente. Y yo creo que es lo importante para todos nosotros que estamos aprendiendo a hacer esto, es poder aprender dónde están esas entradas jugosas, donde tienes una invalidación rápida y una alta probabilidad de ganar si le pegas para arriba, y también una invalidación donde no te va a romper la cuenta ni te va a romper la posición durísimo. Es literalmente lo que todos buscamos. Así que ahí se los pongo a todos, se los dejo acá. Recuerden que estamos por acá en Elite Trading Academy. Lo que necesiten. También no crean que Farhan y Alex no van a seguir dando todo lo que damos en el Discord. Lo seguimos. Simplemente estamos en servicios. Por ejemplo, las señales de trading que hacemos son trades en los que entramos nosotros. Entonces, aquí les estamos mandando literalmente, exclusivamente, bueno, no exclusivamente, a lo de paga, todos los trades en los que entramos nosotros. Bueno, Alex y Farhan, yo qué. Y también tenemos trades, ¿cómo se llama? Tenemos trades gratis que mandamos, que son muy parecidos a los que mandamos también en Discord. Si quieren aprender cómo, no, ya veo que no estábamos viendo la página. Voy a darme una vuelta acá y voy a rehacer varias cosas. Tenemos varias cosillas que tenemos que limpiar en esto. Pero les decía, aquí tienen los trading alerts. Si están en estos trading alerts, el servicio de paga son los trades que nosotros tomamos. Si también tenemos servicio de trading alerts gratis, que es lo que hacemos con Discord también. Y tenemos how-tos. Aquí vamos a poner los videos de cómo usar BitGet y cómo usar bluffing, por si quieren aprender a tradear futuros y hacerlo con nosotros. Aquí está, esto va a ser, es completamente gratis. No sé si este es el video, obviamente no funciona. ¿Y qué más? Y vamos a estar regalando para ustedes, vamos a darles vamos a hacer una rifa para los miembros de la comunidad, para todos los que se registraron en el sitio gratis y también para todos los que tienen una membresía o hayan comprado algún servicio. Obviamente los vamos a premiar para decirles muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Con eso los dejo. Dense una vuelta a elitetradingacademy.us. Está aquí en la descripción de abajo. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su apoyo de corazón y vamos a estar arreglando esto. Espero que para acabar esta semana estemos con todo dándole para adelante. Pórtense bien y nos vemos en un rato. Me voy a ir a correr.